오, 굿. 똑똑한 탐정 설백의 면모를 보여드립니다. 물 떠와야지.
앞만 봐도 방제 잘못 적은 듯.
왜? 방제 뭐? 왜? 어때서? 방제가 어때서 뭐?
이상하다. 추리개미 하셨는데 왜 브금은 공겜 같지?
똑똑하지 않음 탐정 아님 설백의 면모를 보여드립니다. 못 보여줌.
아, 보여준다고! 님들 제가 추리게임 하는 거 보신 적 없잖아요. 보여준다고.
방제 제대로 적으셨는데 방문 똑똑 노크 한 설백님인데.
딱 기다려.
와, 너무 좋다. 브금이 명작 느낌이 난다.
자, 오늘 해볼 게임 추리 게임이죠. 탱글타워 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
어라, 왜 은근슬쩍 너그러운 나를 지워버린 거죠? 혹시 뭔가 찔릴 만한 일을 하실 건가요?
이거 게임 인식이 안 되네. 잠깐만.
아, 하다 쿤수가 말해오면 어떡하지? 물음표.
멈춰! 지켜봐. 내가 어떤 추리를 하는지. 탱글타워 오후 중반입니다. 아, 깜짝이야!
자, 들어가자.
깜짝이야! 선생님, 추리에 방해됩니다. 조용. 지금 엄중한 수사 기관에서 무슨 소란을 부리시는 거예요? 조용.
오타 있어요.
방대 오타 없어요.
You ready, Sally?
Are you ready? To see you guys, are you ready?
Rimore, I've been standing here for 7.5
추리 게임
minutes.
그렇게 아는 거 아닌데.
지금 7분 30초째 서 있기만
Just
했어.
checking.
그냥
have a
확인한
map?
거야. 지도는 있어?
Yeah, but it's basically blank.
텅 빈
Did you read
지도야.
the case file?
그래서
What do you think?
설백님 유명한 탐정님은 어디 계시죠?
여기 있습니다. 지금 탐정이 진행하고 있으니까요. 믿고 저에게 맡기시면 됩니다. 제가 다 해결해 드릴게요.
I'm not sure yet.
돈의
It's
벤인가요?
really not a lot to go on.
정보가 많지는
Did you
않아.
read
돈의
it?
배는 아닙니다. 너는 읽었어?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
올라가는 길에 읽을게. 아, 영어 풀더빙이네요. 사건 파일. 살인 피해자 19살. 아니, 꽃다운 나이에 그림을 그리다가 사망을 했다고? 플로우의 초상화를 그리는 동안 사망했다고 하네요. 장소는 플로라의 탑이었고요. 이제 화가로서 불려가서 그림을 그리다 죽은 것 같아요. 등을 바닥에 대고 쓰러진 채 발견됐으며 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태였다. 현장에서는 어떠한 무기도 발견되지 않았지만 프리아가 끝내지 못한 그림 속 주인공은 칼을 들고 있었다. 칼 끝의 빨간색은 물감이 아니다. 피인 곳으로 확인되었다. 종이에 그려진 작은 그림, 뒤에 메모가 적혀있다. 이곳은 현재는 탱글타워라고 불리지만 하단부의 저택에 연결된 2개의 탑이 있을 뿐이다. 원형의 호수에서 둘러싸여 있다. 호수물은 이상한 색이다. 호수는 깎아지른 듯한 절벽에 둘러싸여 있다. 절벽은 너무나 가파르고 매끄러워 오를 수 없다. 현재 플로우 가문과 포인터 가문 2 가문이 거주하고 있다고 하네요. 오케이. 아, 이렇게 확대해서 보여주나 보네. 아, 이렇게 이동해서 볼 수 있네. 프리야, 플로우. 이 사람 그리다 죽었다는 거잖아. 살인 피해자. 아, 이게 앞 글자만 달라서 헷갈린다. 이 사람이 피해자군요. 초상화를 그리다가 죽었고요. 모델로 포즈를 취하고 있었고, 아니 프리아 펠로우 플로라 펠로우. 그러니까 모델 이게 이 영어가 왜 이렇게 헷갈리게 생겼어? 프리아는 어떻게 살해당했지? 아니 어떻게 살해당했긴? 아니 자상이 있었다며. 가슴에 단 하나의 자상이 있었다며. 칼에 독이 있었던 게 아닐까?
I tied the boat.
Loving the confidence.
지도네요. 이런 식으로 이동을 하는 건가 봐. 정원 입장.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
너무 조용하다고 해야지.
not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
이런
It's
데서
full of
막
the same weird water that was
근거를
in the
찾는
lake.
건가?
Any fish in there?
호수에 차있던 물이 여기도
Not a
차있어.
single one.
물고기는
Although
아무것도
there is
없고.
something in there.
근데 뭔가가
It's a
있기는 해.
cassette tape.
카세트 테이프야.
Or it used to be.
망가지기 전에는. 손상된 테이프. 획득.
It's a stone carving.
돌
Wonder how it got
조각상이야.
cracked.
왜 금이
I think it's
갔을까?
supposed to look like that.
원래 그렇게 만든
It's
거
an
같은데? 알이잖아.
What animal is that?
독수리 아니야?
Bear lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
특정 부분을 이렇게 클릭을 해서 살펴봐야 되는 것 같아요.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away.
Is it working?
No.
이 다음 장소. 정문.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
멜로디가 짧네? 여기 O가 없어.
What?
Oh, there's an O on the
그러네.
floor.
바닥에
Yeah,
있네.
Tangle Tower.
Twir.
투얼.
Is
뭐지
that an
이건?
envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of
No,
someone's...
definitely.
안에 작은 종이가 들어있다. 조합은 다른 종이에 있습니다. 조합을 외운 뒤에는 이 종이를 없애십시오. 당신의 사과에는 동의할 수 없습니다. 그것은 밑에서 찾을 수 없을 겁니다. 조합이라. 뭐 다른 걸 더 봤을 때는 없는 거 같죠? 그랜드홀. 이게
It's
뭐지?
a big glass tube filled with water.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it.
안에 살아있는 건
Anymore.
없어. 더 이상? 그럼 안에 있는 것들이 죽어 있다는 말인가?
Stairs.
문
It's not locked.
잠겨 있지 않아.
A door.
Oh, what's
A
behind it?
room.
방이 있겠지.
Stairs.
여기는 P가 있고.
This one has a big P.
아, 두 가문이 있다고 했으니까 이쪽은 F 가문이고 여기는 P 가문이 있나
How very
보네.
P-ceptive.
그럼 F 쪽으로 가야 되지 않을까요?
big-
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
뭔가 더 볼 게 있나?
Finally, we get to investigate
It's
him.
not that
Don't ruin this.
자, 갈린 길이 생겼죠? 왼쪽이 우리가 조사되는 F 가문인 것 같고 오른쪽은 같이 살고 있는 포인터 가문인 것 같습니다. 여기가 사건 장소. 플로라의 탑.
Freya's painting supplies.
미술 용품. 유리통은 모두 한쪽으로 금이가 있다. 통에 넣고 깨뜨린 건가?
Let's take a look at that painting first.
그림부터
There it
확인합시다.
is, the unfinished portrait of Flora Fella.
완성되지 못한 플로라 플로우의 초상화.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
이 그림을 그린 도중
Looks
살해당한
that
거야?
way.
그런 거 같아. 그림을 끝내지 못했다. 작업 중 사망했기 때문입니다. 플로라는 칼을 들고 있는 것처럼 보인다. 그 끝에 있는 빨간 물질은 피인 것으로 확인되었다.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy.
프리아의
Maybe
그림은
it's
모두
just
이렇게
because she never got to
섬뜩할까?
finish it.
제대로
something
끝내지
wrong with
않아서
the
그런 걸
crime
수도
scene.
있겠지만
And something really weird about the murder
정말
weapon.
이상한 점이 있어.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
우리 살인 무기를 찾지 못했는걸? 아, 이런 식으로 선택하는 건가 봐요. 프리아의 죽음에는 아주 수상한 점이 있다. 누군가 칼을 들고 있었으며 그 끝에 묻은 건? 대상은 프리아 플로우죠? 그러니까 무엇이 사용됐는지는 모르지만 일단 대상은 프리아 플로우인 거는 맞고 하지만 그것은 현장에서 사라졌다. 뭔가 피가 있었고 무언가 자상이 있었으니까 찔렀겠죠?
Freya Fellow was used to kill blood because it stabbed.
아, 그
Freya.
뜻이 아니야. 피를 사용했다는 뜻이 아니라 초상화에 칼이 있으니까
Freya Fellow was used to kill Flora's portrait because Freya put it there. That's not right.
자, 말하는 게 뭔가 이상한데? 자, 그림 속의 칼에 피가 묻어있다. 이거 아닐까? 일단 용의자가 있잖아요? 모델이 있잖아. 모델이 초상화에 보면 칼을 들고 있었고 그 끝에 묻은 건 피였기 때문에
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
근접해. 하나만 바꿔봐. 아, 이게 영어 순으로 읽네. 영어 읽듯이 읽어가지고 이게 서순이 좀 힘드네. 왜냐하면 하지만 그것은 현장에서 사라졌다. 왜? 증거가
Flora
없으니까.
Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right either.
에? 이게 아니라고? 플로라 펠로우가 칼을 들고 있으며 그 끝에 묻은 건 피였다. 하지만 피는 현장에서 사라지지 않았지. 왜냐면 프리아가 피를 초상화에 남겼기 때문에.
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because Freya put it there. That's not right either.
아. 여러분들 걱정하지 마십시오. 저 이제 숙련된 탐정이기 때문에 충분히 이 살인 사건 해결할 수 있습니다. 걱정하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 아이고 채팅창 옮기다가. 이건 뭐야? 정답을 뭘 맞췄는지 알려주네? 힌트가 있구나. 힌트. 나 힌트인지 몰랐어. 그냥 뭔지 눌러봤는데 힌트였네. 그러면 프리아 펠로우가 칼을 들고 있었던 게 아닐까?
Freya Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe
이것도
just
아니야?
change-
초상화에서 얘가 칼을 들고 있잖아.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped
나왔다.
with blood
이거다.
because it stabbed Freya.
이거 영어 문법 문제 푸는 것 같아.
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting. Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right. But it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were
사건이
right,
어떻게
where does
해결돼,
that
이게?
leave us? The
그림에
painting
안
can't
있는
be
칼이 그게 범행 용기야. 끝내지 못한 그림. 아니 이상한 말도 안 되는 소리니까 내가 못 맞추지.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed.
그림을 그리고 있었나
Looks
봐.
like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
프레이야는 왼손잡이네요.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
붓 닦을 시간도 없었던 거지. 가장 큰 부분은 중앙에 검은색이다. 빨간색을 칠하다가 말라 있네요.
추리 게임이 맞아요.
그니까요.
영어 공부 게임인가?
아니면 이 빨간색 물감이 피로 된 물감이어서 이걸 칠하다가 그 피에 있는 독성 때문에 깨꼬닥하고 죽은 건가?
There it is. The unfinished
So, what, Freya?
looks that way.
자상? 이 가슴 속에 무언가가 폭발한 거지.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
자세히 봐봐. 당연히 봐야지. 오.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
이거 연결하는 것 같은데? 이런 식으로? 어때? 아 뒤에 정답이 있었잖아. 아니 기껏 다 맞춰놨더니. 오호. 잠깐만. 다이아, 노란 다이아, 초록 다이아. 저기 빨간색. 순서 바꿔야 되고. 얘가 보라색, 파란색, 빨간색, 초록색. 보라색, 노란색. 아 근데 뭘 옮겼는지 기억이 안 나. 잠깐만. 다시. 자, 이거 노란색, 초록색 했고, 이거 따봉 글씨 했고, 기역자, 기다란 기역자 했고, 두 번 꺾이는 거 했고, 초록색, 핑크색 했고, 노란색, 보라색 했고. 이게 맞는데? 나 맞췄어. 이거 설마 되돌아가기 아니지? 위에? 이거 힌트 아니야?
That's the one.
아 이게 확인이군요.
Not bad.
나 저거 힌트 보는 건 줄 알았어. 아니 난 죽어도 힌트는 보지 않을 거야 하고 안 누르고 있었는데, 아니 저게 확인이었네.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
열렸어? 안에 뭐가 있어?
Nothing.
Nothing.
아무것도
Well,
없는데?
I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
비어있다고? 기거 풀었는데? 안감은 부드러운 벨벳 같은 소재로 되어 있다. 이 축음기를 봅시다.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
턴테이블 대신 테이프 플레이어가
It's
있지만.
also got a big crack down the middle.
우리 아까 테이프 주웠잖아.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Ink.
안에 이미 들어가 있었구나, 카세트 테이프가. 프리야 이게. 헉! 프리야가 죽은 친구 아니야?
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
작동해보자. 틀어보자.
It's piano music.
피아노 음악을 녹음한 것이다. 짧게 재생하다가 멈춘다. 뭐야, 소름 돋아. 무서워. 뭔가 힌트가 없을까? 이걸 들어보자. 아까 주운 거 공원에서. 외계인인가? 우주에서 신호를 보내는 것 같은데?
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
흥얼거리는 소리가 들린다.
That's the only door in
It's
it.
also
Sure is. Guess. A little pot.
it's the only plant in the entire room.
되게 신기하네요. 유력 용의자 씨, 대답하시죠.
Flora, fellow.
대답하시죠. 당신이 유력 용의자입니다.
Hey, sorry to barge in.
당신
I'm sure you're still
플로
in some
플로라를
distress.
죽였습니까? 당신이
We need to
플로라군요.
ask you a
그
few
죽은 사람
questions, I'm afraid.
이름이 뭐지?
Did you
펠로우를
witness the
죽였습니까?
murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
아, 그녀에겐 침묵할 권리가
now.
있습니까? 첫 만남은 어떻게 되시죠?
Flora, fellow.
프레이야.
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few
전혀
questions.
괴로워
I'm
보이지 않는데?
afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
살인 사건을 목격했나요?
Nothing.
그녀는
What do
응답하지
we
않아.
do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
아니, 살인 사건 유력 용의자인데 협조를 안 해주면 어떡하자는 거야? 당신이
Is there
본인입니까?
anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know
뭘
anything about you
야려?
at all.
너 뭘
I
잘한
think
게
that's the way
있다고
she likes
말려?
it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
어제 뭐 했어요,
Freya
당신?
was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not
대화했습니까?
going to answer us, is she?
하지만 그녀는 대답하지 않는군요.
But at least we can say we tried. Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder.
진술.
Surely you must have seen something?
무얼 보셨죠?
Can you tell me anything
아니,
about what happened to
혹시
Freya?
본인이 약을 써서 당신의 목소리를 나오지 않게 만든 건가요?
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
어런 식으로. 오케이. 위에 눈이 있어.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
근데
Doesn't
왜?
matter. It's nothing.
A bunch of old books covered in dust now, but they look well.
오케이, 여기서 다 본 것 같습니다. 다른 것을 좀 찾아볼까요? 작업장. 여기 그림 작품이 막 있는 것 같은데?
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
오, 나무 조각상. 전문가의 손길은 아니다. 노란색, 파란색, 검은색, 흰색 물감이 발견되었다. 프레이야 물건에는 빨간색만 추가됐네요, 여기서.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name.
부금
I'd rather
바꾸는 거
like
개웃기네.
it. Felix Fellow at your beck and
펠릭스.
call.
Hi, 펠릭스.
And this is my colleague, Sally.
여긴
Yeah, that's
셀린이다.
a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
왜? 둘이
Oh, yeah?
연인이야?
Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new
이
places.
사람 감정이 없습니다. 사람이 죽었는데 미스터리라고 말을 하고 이 사람
That's
수상합니다.
what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
시크릿 룸?
Generally speaking, you know,
비밀의 방?
that sort of thing.
So, Felix, what exactly do you do?
Is it not obvious?
탐험가라고요?
Explorer
보물
slash
사냥꾼?
treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the
근데 왜
world.
여기 있어요?
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that.
좀 더 복잡한
But I've
일이군요.
certainly seen my share of
하지만
danger,
그동안 위험은
if
충분히
that's what you're
겪었지.
asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here.
은퇴는
I may
언제
be
하셨어요?
between ventures right now, but
아,
it's simply
무언가지
not
쉬고
in
있는
my
거지.
nature to stay in one place for too
한
long.
군데 오래 있는 건 내
I
스타일이
go wherever the
아니라고.
winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has
부인과 딸과 함께
certain
살고
loyalties,
있군요.
and with Flora the way she
그리고
is.
Nothing wrong
플로라는
with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and
피오나,
Flora are
플로라가
my
내
entire
세계 전부?
world.
아, 그러면
They
플로라의
are the
남편인 건가?
greatest treasure of all.
그리고 이 딸이 어디 있겠네.
Why on earth would you want to know
어제 당신 뭐
about
하셨죠?
that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of
어떤
any help.
도움도 줄
But
수
I wish you
없을 것
all the
같소.
best in your
하지만
investigation.
무탈하기를 진심으로
Hear that,
빌겠소.
Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's.
나는 내 방에서
working,
혼자 일하고
on a
있었어.
project.
진행 중인 프로젝트가 있어.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower.
당신의 방은
You
플로라의
didn't hear
방과 꽤
anything
가깝죠.
unusual?
다른 소리를
What
들은 것은 없나요?
qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
말을 안 해.
It was dusk.
에?
A feeling
황혼 무렵이었다고?
lingered in the air.
공기 중에
Perhaps
아기가
uncertain,
느껴지셨군요.
as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right.
여자만
fine.
말해주세요.
I heard someone heading down
누군가
the
계단을
stairs.
내려가는 소리를 들었어.
Just
바로 내
outside
방
my
밖에서.
room. The footsteps were
발걸음
calm,
평온했고 정숙했어.
orderly.
그래서 별
So
신경
I
쓰지
thought
않았지.
nothing of it. Shortly afterward,
그 두 번째
I heard a
발걸음이
second
같은
set
곳으로
of
향하는 소리를
footsteps,
들었어.
going the same way. This time I could tell
이번에는
just from the
소리만으로도
sound
뭔가
that
잘못되었다는 것을 알 수
something was
있었지.
wrong. So I looked out
그래서 복도를
into the
내다보니까
hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy
포피가 아래층
disappearing down the
계단으로
staircase
사라지는
to the
모습이
floor
순간 눈에
below.
들어오더군.
Didn't know what to
Poppy?
make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz. As I know
피치.
those two are close.
피츠와
So I
둘이
looked
친하군요.
into his room, just in case, but it was empty.
방이
as
비어
was
있었고
the
방
garden
안이.
beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned
걱정스러운
looking
얼굴을 한
She was
페넬로피를
heading up
찾았어.
Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora too.
아니 이미 많은 사람들이 거기 있었네.
Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
알겠습니다. 근데 사람이 좀 많네요 생각보다. 식구가 많으네.
Nice. A real.
How do you know this?
Why else would it be? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above.
보물 지도가 걸려 있다고?
What's the deal with that painting on the front?
앞에 있는 그림은 뭐지?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
보물 지도를 확인해야 될 것 같아. 아니 이게 뭐라? 나 용, 나무산, 용, F, H, F가 있군요. 첫 번째는 알파벳이니까 F. 왜냐? F에 두 개가 있으니까. F. 두 번째는 갈매기와 나무인데 갈매기 종류가 두 개네요. 육, 2, 5, 4 2, 5 2, 4, 5, 6 중에 하나네요. 2, 4, 5, 6 무슨 조합이 있는 걸 거야. 무언가 패턴이 있어. 무언가가 존재해. 바닥에 뭔가 빨간색 표시가 있긴 한데. 아, 그러네. 이 빨간색 표시 무얼 뜻하는 거지? 난 할 수 있어. 저의 명추리 곧 시작합니다. 잠시만 기다려주세요. 지금 파악하고 있거든요? 왜 나만 모르지? 왜 나만 모르지? 뭔가 방향이 있으니까 방향을 보는 것 같단 말이지? 용과 산 사이에 용과 산 사이에 X 나무 갈매기 뭔가 패턴이 있을 거야. 왜 여기는 방향이 이렇지? 이건 방향인데? 이곳의 위치를 보는 건가? 저곳이 있는 시점을 보는 건가? 어디에 위치해야 저 광경이 보일까? 일지도 몰라. 그러면 이 X 좌표보다 아래에 있으면서 여기에서 위치하면 바닥에 X자고 나무도 있고 용도 있고 산도 있고 요 새도 있잖아. 여기 아닌가? D2에서 방향을 잠깐만 D2에서 아, 난 대각선으로 보기가 힘드네? 대각선으로 볼 수가 없네? 아, 물 한 잔 마시고. 대각선이 아니었던 곳이야. 그래, 그래. 다시 잘 찾아봐. 자, 여기. 자, 천천히 찾아보자. 자, 이 X에서. 아니야. 산과 용 사이에 나무가 있어야 돼. 탈락. 하지만 여기라면? 근데 원근감에 의하면 나무가 더 멀리 있지 않나? 이 X에서 위를 바라봤을 때 약간 살짝 대각선 옆을 바라보는 것 같긴 하지만 그랬을 때가 아닐까? E3가 아닐까? 아, 근데 방향이 살짝 애매하긴 한데. E3 아, 근데 얘가 왜 여기 있지? 정답을 둘이 돌림하냐뇨. 아닙니다. 아닙니다.
똑똑 탐정님 어디 가셨죠?
아니, 저 지금 똑똑하지 않아요? 지금 굉장히 많은 걸 유추하고 있어요.
너 정답할지 우리 답답하라고 그러는
아니야.
거지. 실제로 말해.
아니야, 나 맞추고 있잖아. 아니, 나 진짜. 야, E3에서 N 방향으로 봤을 때 아니?
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the
상자 위에
chest
그림도
itself?
봤는데 다 본 건데. 알았어, 다시 찾아볼게. 아, 그러면은 이거 H6에서 이쪽을 바라보면 저 NW 방향을 바라보면은 딱 저 그림 나올 것 같은데 왜? 아, 근데 왜? 아, 자꾸 대각선 방향이 있냐?
아, 벤당하고 말하고 싶다.
근데 또 I4라고 하기에는 여기에는 웃음이 없고. H6에서 W 방향을 바라보면 여기서 이쪽을 바라보면 이게 나오는 것 같아. H6 W다 W?
There we go.
와, there we go.
What was in the box?
More wooden models.
나무 조각상들이
These are a
있어.
little different to the
다만
one on the
책상에
desk.
있는 조각상들이랑은 좀 달라. 초록색 머리. 회색 머리, 빨갛고 하얀색, 큰 어깨.
드디어 대각선 탈출.
이거 여기 가족 같지 않아요? 이 보라색 남자가 이
그래요,
아저씨고
설레님. 건강하려면 방송해요.
이 보라색이 이 아저씨고 이 회색 머리 이 목 긴 여자가 그 모델이고 이 초록색 머리 한 아이가 딸내미고 이 빨간 새가 죽였다는 거 아닐까? 빨간 물감통으로 칠해져 있잖아. 빨간색 뭔가 있다. 빨간색.
A map with a dot.
That's a very boring way.
Puffer?
Yes, it's also a lamp for some reason. The entire room
Oh, it's not just made. I think it's the actual hull
배
of the
선체
ship.
같아.
shelf junk.
뭐 나머지는 더 볼 거 없겠죠?
The entire room.
Oh, it's not just made. I think it's the actual hull of a ship. What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he?
Well, if you tell too many
Imp.
lies, he appears
거짓말을
at the
너무
end of your
많이
bed
하면
in the middle of the
한밤중에 내
night.
침대맡으로 찾아온 존재. 저는 인프가 저희 집에 한 번도 찾아온 적 없어요. 거짓말 안 하거든요.
Oh.
이렇게 그러니까 닫혀 있는 곳은 못 가나 봐, 그지?
Locked.
다른 데를 봐야 갈 수 있나 봐. 프리아의 방. 아, 이 친구도 가수 그러니까 구성원 중 일부였네. 방에 있는 거 보니까.
That painting.
Why would
소리.
you want it looming over your
왜
bed like
침대 있는
that?
곳에 이런 걸
Maybe Freya enjoyed the
놓을까?
atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a
혼돈가 봐.
smaller version down by the floor.
작은 버전이 바닥에
It's
있어.
a photograph.
사진이야. 이걸 따라 그리는 거였을까요? 가장자리에는 검은 잉크로 줄이 그어져 있었다.
It's a little wooden box for
Did the casual observer?
물감붓을 놓는 상자.
They're not real
어?
paintbrushes.
진짜
Looks
물감붓이
like they're
아니야.
part of some
자물쇠
kind
장치의
of
일부지.
lock mechanism.
올바른 순서. 종이 퍼즐을 맞춰 단서를 찾아. 이거 못 돌려? 돌리지 못해? 못 뒤집어? 아, 이런 식으로. 견뎌 얘들아, 견뎌! 할 수 있어! 얘들아, 건너봐. 아니 근데 조각들이 다 다르게 생겼어. 뭐야 이거. 조각이 왜 다 다르게 생겼을까요? 피카츄 배우도 견뎠어. 이 정도는 아무것도 아니야. 뭐지? 뭐가 있는 거지? 분명히 초록색, 파란색, 이 주황색, 주황색? 이 부채꼴 모양과 이 사다리꼴 모양. 이거는 필히 붓의 모양을 말하는 걸 테고. 이 주황색이 막대기일 거고. 이 조그만한 자와 큰 자는 이 넓은 자가 아래 하단 부분을 얘기하는 거겠죠? 아, 붓의 길이를 말하는 거네. 이게 붓의 길이를 보는 거네. 파란 게 길어요. 일어나! 못 일어나? 긴 파란색. 짧은 초록색. 이게 아니고. 퍼즐. 맞는 게 있네? 맞춰지는 거였네? 정말 맞춰지는 거였네? 안 맞춰지는 건 줄? 됐다! 드디어 맞췄다! 자, 이게 세 번째. 초록색. 짧은 주황색 첫 번째. 초록색. 파란색. 잠깐만, 짧은 주황색. 초록색.
이게 빨리 풀면 방송 시간 짧아질까봐 일부러 이러신
그럼요.
거라고
방송 분량 안 나올까봐 그런 거죠.
설백.
짧은 주황색, 핑크색 사다리꼴, 파란색 사다리꼴, 기다란 거. 이거다.
There we go.
오케이, 굿. 빨리 풀었다.
What was in the box?
상자 안에 뭐가
Just a
있어?
photograph.
그냥 사진이야.
Most of a photograph.
찢어져 있어. 빨간 머리가 있고 다른 한 명은 초록 머리가 졌다. 이게 딸내미겠죠? 이 부부의 딸내미. 찢어진 부분이 프리한가?
Drawings.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like
다른 거
one of them's
말이지.
holding a red rose.
그럼요. 남자는 빨간 장미를 들고 있다. 어린 여자를 그린 그림이고 망토 입은 사람의 그림.
A pillow with a...
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't look right.
쿠션.
It's a little glass...
I think it's
Come
a
again?
See the leaves and
사육장?
twigs in there?
나뭇잎과
Might have been for
장가지.
keeping insects.
곤충을 키우고
Not the kind of
있었다.
lamp...
It's cool. Looks like old mining.
That's weird.
What did you find in the
Nothing. They're complete.
아무것도 없어.
Do you think...
I don't know.
No windows either. Freya's plant. They must not need...
Freya's
Looks
there.
pretty.
He's had a rough couple of days.
나머지는
It's
없나요?
I think it looks
fine.
fine. Could also be a shark. That painting.
Why?
Maybe Freya enjoyed
Yeah,
it. Hang on. There's
It's
a...
a photograph.
본 거죠 이거는. 외에는 없는 것 같네요.
That's no...
I like it.
Freya's plant. They must not...
오케이, 다른 방 봅시다. 서재. 사진에 주인공이 있네요.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to
이
thrive in these
특징을 가진
conditions.
박테리아라면 번성할 거라는 생각했는데
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental
모든
factors
환경적
into
요소를
account,
고려했을 때
there
분명 내가
must be
생각하지 뭔가가
something I'm
있어.
still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to
당신은
talk to
저와
me
이야기할 필요가
Oh, no?
없어요. 왜죠?
How come?
because I am
전
not a
용의자가
suspect.
아니기 때문이죠.
I am completely
그
innocent
어떠한
of
모든
any and all
범죄에서도
crimes.
결백해요.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at
그래서
Tangle
말인데
Tower for
당신은
over
탱글타워 현지
23
23분이
minutes. Surely you
지났어요.
have already reached a sturdy
견고한 가설을
hypothesis.
세웠겠죠?
The hypothesis
살인에
of the
대해서?
murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I
모든
must at
용의자를
least
만나야
meet
해서요.
all the suspects, and that includes you. So,
거기 당신도 포함된답니다.
could you tell me your name?
이름이 뭐죠?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist,
피피! 너가
inventor,
피피구나.
innovator. You will need to be more
좀
specific.
더 구체적으로 질문해
Oneself
주세요.
cannot be
한
summarized
사람의
in a
인격은
single
대답
response
하나로 요약할 수
without doing
없다고요.
one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a
자,
fellow.
당신은
So
펠로우
does
가문
that make you the
사람이죠?
daughter
그럼
of-
당신의 부모는
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix.
아,
But
플로아
you need not
펠릭스.
question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable
둘 다
of murder.
살인할 수 없는
Thanks
사람이다.
for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro something or other?
Microbiologist.
미생물학자.
But it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in
과학자가
the
된
first
게 뭐죠?
place?
이건 좀
I
무관한
harbor an
질문이지 않나?
intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at
현미경과
age 10.
관련한 것에 흥분을 느낀다고?
A microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that
머리에
too?
있는 건 뭐죠?
My eyesight began to deteriorate
12살이
when
된
I turned
해부터
12.
시력이
Not
나빠져서
satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed
직접
to me,
렌즈를
I designed this custom
설계했다.
lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light
조명
conditions.
상황에 따라 자동으로
Does it glow
조정되죠.
red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing. What can you tell me about the
제게
murder?
살인에 대해 말해줄 게
What can
있나요?
you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm
그건 제가
supposed to
당신에게
ask
물어봐야 할
you.
질문인데요.
Yes. However, you
근데
were too
당신이
slow.
너무 느렸잖아요.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
그냥 무슨
Me
일인지 알고
too.
싶어요.
So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be
프리아가
busy with
그림
her
때문에
painting all
바쁠 걸
day,
미리
so I
알고
had planned to spend the afternoon
있었어요.
with Poppy.
포피와
I
오후를
was
함께
in the library
보냈죠.
all morning
서재에
preparing the
있으면서
equipment
실험에
for
대한
an
장비를
experiment, only to
준비했는데
find out that Poppy
포피가
had
다른
made
계획을
other
잡았다는 걸
plans, was
알아버렸어요.
in fact
사실 그냥
planning
절
to
완전
ignore
무시하기로
me completely.
계획했던 거죠.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
I'm
방문을
sorry to hear
걸어잠그고
that.
울었어요.
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh.
삐삐 미안해. 내가 너무 아픈 부분을 찔렀나 봐.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it.
문을
until the someone
두드리기
began shouting
시작했지만
at me.
전
I
무시했어요.
opened the door. Poppy came
그건
into my room.
퍼피였고
Her makeup was
화장이
leaking.
지워져서 얼굴이
She told me
엉망이었죠.
Freya was dead. I did not believe it.
아하.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
Huh?
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated.
아이고.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished
미완성
painting.
그림에서 빨간 물감
Poppy and
샘플을
I took the
채취했죠.
sample back downstairs
그
to the
샘플을
library.
밑에 있는
We
서재로 가지고
performed a
왔고
test and found out that
그게
it was,
피라는
in
걸
fact, blood.
알아냈죠.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset.
진짜 순 티네.
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
와, 충격받은 거랑 테스트랑 무슨 상관이에요? 이야, 넌 뼛속까지 티다. 이야, 인정.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
조금만 이따 가자.
It's an illustrated book
It's
about...
been left open,
Or it was left
우리가
open for
볼
us
수
to
있도록
find.
의도적으로 펴놓거나 새.
ever so slightly unnerving.
아까도 빨간 새가 있었죠? 조각 중에. 아, 얼룩새는 놀랍도록 똑똑한 새로 수명이 굉장히 길다. 다른 새들은 종종 얼룩새에게 공격적인 성향을 보인다. 독특한 먹이 섭취 특성을 가지고 있는데 보통 탄툰 아미카 열매만을 먹는다. 근데 여기 왜 칼 그림이 있지? 이게 굉장히 뭔가 중요한 단서가 될 것 같은 느낌이 들어요. 탄툼 아미카. 이 조각도 있었죠?
Is that
Of sorts.
스노우볼.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle
탱글타워
Tower.
모형이군요.
There's the lake. What are you thinking?
that would make an amazing suit.
Hey, look. It's a model of Tangle. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing.
아, 깃털이라고?
Let's spin
Or-
that ever so slightly under them.
아, 그러면 그 그림도 칼을 들고 있는 게 아니라 깃털에 있는 빨간색을 깃털을 들고 있는 여자의 모습을 그린 걸 수도 있겠네. 똑같이 생겼어, 근데.
Sure, why
The
not?
search for the archive's downright poetic.
완전 시적이야.
A book, fundamental, and
I guess somebody
곤충학의
dropped it.
기초.
a chalkboard.
Is this a library or a class?
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
이게 무슨 뜻이죠?
Don't look at them. You'll give yourself a headache.
이거
I'm
아는
not sure
것
I
같아.
learned anything from that.
알아낸 게 있을
Chalkboard.
Is this a library or
알아낸 게 있어야 하는 거야?
Any idea what this?
not a clue?
Math.
Don't look at them. You'll give yourself a headache.
여기에 방장님이 이과신데 쉽게 풀겠지? 아, 그럼요. 보면 딱 뭔지 알아요. 딱 뭔지 감 오지. (191) 193 195 196 192가 빠졌네요. 200 201 206 209
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
뭔가 중요한 단서가 될 수도 있겠네요.
It's musty.
What exactly does that?
Must you ask such questions?
곰팡이. 뭐 더 볼 건 없겠죠?
Books about
They're
space.
relatively untouched.
나갑시다.
Books
The
about.
shelves.
Oh, so you're
I
a.
knew this already.
안에 퍼즐이 없으니까. 자, PP에 침실로 가봅시다.
It's a
How
magnifying.
come you don't have
Why?
one?
Should I start?
You couldn't pull up.
이 기계는 뭐지?
Looks like a microscope.
Can
엄청
I
큰
touch it?
현미경 같아.
I'm
오.
not sure this.
돋보기 4개를 수평으로 밀어서 올바른 위치를 잡아. 이게 확대되는 정도가 다른가 보네요. 얘가 엄청 많이 확대되니까 오. 얘가 엄청 많이 확대되네. 확대되는 정도에 따라서 위치가 바뀌어야 될 것 같아요. 너무 큰 건 작게 만들어야 되는 것 같고. 이거 뭔가 비슷한데? 거의 다 왔는데? 이걸 가장 크게 만들어야 하나? 어때?
I guess that's
The
wrong.
four lenses also, they must each have a specific position.
정확한 위치가 있다고. 이건 어떤데?
No, that was it.
Nice work. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah.
바로 풀었죠?
It's built on. There's a book in here.
안에 책이 있어. 기묘한 금속 장치로 잠겨 있다. 이건 열지는 못하나 보네요. 에너지 드링크인가?
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet
I'd read you, but
that's
there's.
even worse.
Fifi's got
What
some.
is all this?
뭐지? 상관관계인가? 이 친구가 죽은 친구잖아요. 이 아저씨랑 이 아줌마랑 부부고, 이 친구랑 이 남자랑 뭔가 러브라인이 있었던 건가? 무언가 관계도인
Did
것
you notice
같네요.
who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
아, 피피와 프레이야가 없군요.
Boxes of stuff.
누가 들어있어? 꺼내.
A news. Don't think you can get out. I'm innocent. Save it for the judge.
재밌게 노네. 친구들이 재밌게 놀아요.
What's that big book on the
Looks
desk?
like something.
Is it a clue?
I hope it's just a bunch of notes about her
실험에
microbiome.
대한 메모야.
That's a whole lot.
나머지는 뭐
I'll
없는
make
거
post ones
같네요.
about the
I've not heard of that band. That's a whole lot.
기. 어허. 여기 정원이 안 열렸네. 다른 집을 한번 가봅시다. 피 가문은 뭘 하고 있었을까? 음악실.
Are you a ghost?
Sally, that's rude.
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment.
당신은 귀신인가요? 전 살아있습니다.
Makes you a suspect, afraid.
I know.
그렇다면
name?
당신은 유력한 용의자가 됩니다.
I'm a
저는
pointer
포비예요.
and a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few
겁나
questions
웃기네.
about Freya.
I know.
알아요.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist.
마주치자마자
And
귀신인가요?
13 years of
해버리네.
dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other
포인트
pointers?
감사한다는
My
어떤
father is
관계죠?
Percival Pointer. The
교수님이죠.
professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days.
거의 말을 하지
Especially
않아요.
not the fellows.
특히 펠로우가
You
사람들
get on with the fellows?
Two of them, Fifi and Freya, are my closest
아이고
friends.
피피와 프레이야와
We
가장
all
좋은
turned 19
친구였군요.
last year.
우리
Do
모두
people
19살이
ever
됐었고.
leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away, definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya
피피야
wanted to
계속
leave,
떠나고 싶어
but
했다.
Fifi,
프레이야는
Things are
떠나고
more
싶어 했고
complicated for her.
피피는 더
What
복잡한
about
일이
now?
많으니까.
after what happened,
그 사건
I
이후로
really don't
전
want to stay
여기서
here much
조금도 더
longer.
있고 싶지 않아요. 너 수상해. 왜 이곳에 있고 싶어 하지 않는 거지?
3.5 hours of piano
일어나자마자
practice.
3시간 반
Soon
동안
as I
피아노
wake
연습을
up.
했죠.
Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the
서재에서
library,
피피를 만나기로
but I
했는데
totally
완전히
forgot.
까먹고 말았어요.
When I finally got down
늦게
there,
내려가
she'd
보니
already
피피는
gone.
이미
I checked
자리였었죠.
her bedroom, but it
방을
was
확인했지만
locked.
잠겨 있었고요.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs.
그래서 정원이
and
있는
out into the
위층으로
moonlight
올라갔어요.
garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a
삐츠도
while.
나왔어요.
His
그
room's on the
반대편
other
방에
side.
있었거든요.
He's been teaching me
그는
about
내게 꽃에 대해
flowers.
알려줬죠.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
후후.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most
피츠와
of
전
the
오후 대부분을
afternoon.
달빛 정원에
Then we heard
있었어요.
this
그러다 어떤 소리를
sound.
들었죠. 소리는
Lasted about 3 seconds.
소리?
I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering.
방
I
잠겨
knew Freya
있었어요.
and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
플로라는?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do.
아니 그럼
So I
사람이
ran
쓰러지는데
downstairs
그때서
to get
알았단 말이야?
Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been
울고
crying.
있었다고?
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
피피는
First
왜
time
울고
I've ever
있었지?
seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason.
아버지는
The
어떻게
three of
알고
us went back
오셨을까?
up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library.
아, 아까도
We were
울었다
in there
그랬어요?
about
그래요?
15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
아, 포피랑 약속 까먹어서 울고 있었다 그랬지. 아하, 우는 건 까먹었어. 그냥 토라진 줄.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
따지해 갑시다. 근데 이상한 소리가 들렸다 그랬잖아. 근데 플로라의 방과 가장 근접하게 있었던 플로라 남편은 그 어떤 소리로 듣지 못하고 그냥 복도에 누가 지나가는 소리만 들었다 그랬어. 그럼 살인이 일어나기 전에 누군가 테이프를 틀어서 그 소리를 틀고 그 테이프를 정원에 있는 분수대에 갖다 던져서 버린 거지.
Oh, whatever it is, it's...
While it is the music, gotta practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
동상이 있는데 유리조각이 놀고 있네요.
Sheet music.
That's a lot of
Probably why they're on the floor. 1.
Yep.
25. 4.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem? Who plays the violin?
It's so I'm guessing nobody.
Are they...
Whatever they like a little parade of
오케이, 가봅시다. 안방 포피방이 열렸죠? 이건 퍼즐이다.
It's a metronome.
역시
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking.
메트로놈은 원래
Not
짝짝거려.
sure what those symbols are though.
버튼을 써서 메트로놈 다이얼 4개를 모두 돌려 맨 위로 가게 해.
There we go.
Perfect.
그냥 했는데 됐어요. 뭐지?
What happened?
뭐지?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
뒤에 달린 작은 문이 열렸어.
Anything in there?
뭐가 들어있어?
It's a
사진이야.
part of a photograph.
사진의 일부. 아, 이게 아까 그 프레이야 방에 있던 사진에 찢어진 일부네요. 근데 계속 F 가면 딸내미 이 친구가 안 보이지 않아요? 이 친구 어디 갔지? 얘는 어디 있는 걸까?
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
뭔가 수상해.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
지금 가서 물어보자. 갑자기? 갑자기 핑크색 카세트가 수상하다고?
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
카세트가
Firm
수상하긴 해요.
away.
What can you tell us about this cassette
아
tape?
그래네.
Is it
이거
yours?
피아노 저거잖아.
It belongs to Freya. She
피아노
liked to have
녹음한
music
거네.
playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
근데 프레이야인 걸 어떻게
I'm
알지?
sure it doesn't belong to you.
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
저한테
Why
절대
not?
이런 게 있을 리가
Not
없다고요?
my color.
Not my color. 누군가 이걸 당신에게 선물로 줬을 수도 있죠.
Somebody gave it to you as a gift.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too.
아닌가 보네. 누군가가 테이프색을 바꿨을 수도 있죠.
Changed the color of
리폼한
the tape.
겁니다.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too.
꽝이군요.
You used to like these colors.
당신은 옛날에 이런 색을
We
좋아했어요.
need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
포피가 예전에는 이런 색을 좋아했다는 증거가 필요합니다. 이거 설마 포피인가?
Let's take a closer look at this.
이거 포피 아님? 분홍색 카세트 테이프가 있었던 곳은 정원이고 이것과 일치하는 것은 분홍 카세트 플레이가 여기 있었어! 두둥! 아니! 카세트 플레이어가 여기 있었네! 그냥 핑크색을 단순히 좋아하는 것뿐만 아니라 카세트 플레이어가 여기 있었네, 핑크색이. 이건 이미 오래된 사진에서 당시 버피가 사용한
The
것이었지.
pink cassette tape found in the garden matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
어? 아, 카세트 테이프 정원에서 있던 거 아니잖아. 사건 현장에 있었던
The
거잖아.
cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That
이제
is not me.
Yeah, it is.
너가
I'll
아니라고?
prove it.
두둥.
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends.
어떻게
Why'd you
설명할
tear it
거지?
up?
왜
And then hide
찢었고
it?
왜
I
숨겼지?
think the answer is pretty straightforward.
사이가 갈라진 건가? 너 이제 피피와 프레이야의 사이를 질투한 거지?
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now.
You sure
말해!
about that?
Not entirely. I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
이 사진이 포피가 살인자라는 건 너무 가지 않았나?
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
더 이상 그렇게 보이고 싶지 않은
Passage
거야?
of time is a
시간의 힘은
powerful
커요.
thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to
결국
you, Poppy.
인정하는
It
겁니까?
used to. I
그랬었다.
recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
분명히 프레이야와 포피가 사이가 틀어진 것 같죠? 호호. 유력 용의자 1등입니다 당신 조심하십시오. 이거 뭔가 당을 뒤지다 만 것 같은데? 잔잔한 음악 들으면서 잠시 기다려 계세요. 저 화장실 좀 다녀오겠습니다. 잠시만요.
Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
단서를 얻었다. 악보,
There's an, you know,
피아노,
a big glass door
큰
out into a
유리문.
garden.
There's a little mechanism by the
손잡이에
handle.
작은 기계 장치가 있어. 뚜껑을 밀어 열 수 있어. 그 후에 슬롯에 올바른 타일을 넣어봐. 오케이, 한우.
Nothing. Still
All
locked.
4 tiles have a moon symbol.
Those other symbols look like suns.
I think it is.
Nope.
Maybe the
Where is it?
somewhere else.
다른 곳에 무언가 근거가 있는 것 같죠? 뭔가 여기에 있는 것만으로는 풀기 힘든 게 아닐까?
I guess we'll come back later.
지금은 못 푸는 것 같은데 힌트가 없어.
Anything in the
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades.
Just a bunch. Nothing
To
weird.
you,
Ah, yes.
it's an eye.
눈 모양이야.
More handwritten sheet music. How do you even get
That's the real.
뭐 더 없네요.
Empty.
오케이. 그럼 맨 위에서 무언가 지켜본 사람은? 만원경님, 아저씨 엉덩이 빵댕이 꽁실꽁실 너무 귀엽네.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor
교수님이군요.
Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it
이중성을
happens.
가지죠.
Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
어허.
Helpful.
저희 교수님 대머리 가리려고 지붕 얹어둔 거 아닙니다.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial
안정적인 수익을 얻은 적이
return.
없다.
Nor would I expect it to.
이 사람
I am nothing
프레이야
but a
죽이고 장기
humble
팔아가다가
interpreter for the
돈 받은
cosmos,
거 아니야?
working to translate its message so that I may
우주의
share
메시지를
it with
해석해서
the
세상에
world.
알릴 수 있도록요?
Tell
혹시-
the Cosmos I say hi.
혹시 아시는 분 중에 좀 머리 빠글빠글 하시고 그 우주인과 접신하시는 분을 알고 계신가요? 아니 우주의 뜻을 받으려고
The day
한다잖아.
began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother
페넬로프와
them, of course.
피츠가 온실에
I
함께
sat for a while besides the
있었습니다.
pond in the garden. It's
제가
a
제일 좋아하는
favorite spot of
장소이군요.
mine. Eventually, I returned to my
세탁으로
tower
돌아와
and
오후
buried
동안
myself in
연구에
my studies for the
파묻혀
afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began
아
to
별이
appear,
보이기 시작할
naturally.
때는
For how long?
낮에는 사용하지 않았다는
I
거겠죠?
can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
근데 사람들의 진술에 따르면 이 아저씨가 그렇게 늦게 도착하진
I
않았던
was
것
at my
같거든요.
telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a
제
reference book.
책상으로
I
돌아갔습니다.
couldn't find the book I wanted,
아, 그래서
so I
피오나가
figured Fiona must
빌려갔다고
have borrowed
생각을
it.
했죠.
I left my tower and
그래서
headed
탑을
down
나와
towards the grand
그랜드
hall.
홀로 내려갔습니다.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She
탐정이
looked
또 있어?
impatient and slightly
조급하고 좌절한 것
Same as
같다고?
ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to
피오나
Fiona's
방으로
room. The door
올라갔습니다.
was locked, but I could
문이
hear
잠겨
shouting
있었는데
coming
안에서
from
고소리
inside.
들리더라고요.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into
그래서
the
그때
hall.
마주쳤구나.
Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business.
아,
I'm quite
선긋네.
sure they don't need me getting in the
P
way at a
가문
time like
일이고
that.
F 가문 일 아니라고. P 가문 일 아니고 F 가문 일이라고 선긋네요, 아저씨. 아, 아무리 봐도 이 엉덩이 꽁실꽁실.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle.
지구가
Sun on the
중앙에,
outside.
태양이 밖에 있어.
How old is
얼마나
this thing?
오래된 거지? 아, 얼마나 오래된 거지라는 뜻은 아직 지구가 세상의 중심이다라는 가설을 품고 있을 때 만들어진 기계다라는 뜻인 것 같네요. 이 그림자가 이 그림자를 다 채워야 하는 건가? 아, 해를 돌릴 수 있네요. 태양과 달을 중심으로 회전시켜봐. 뭐지? 이걸 어떤 식으로 돌려야 되는 거지? 얘가 달이잖아.
Nothing.
So there are two ways to move the shadows.
그림자가 문제군요. 역시 그림자를 움직이는 방법이 두 개가
Rotate
있어.
the planets
행성을
and rotate the
회전하든가
sun and moon.
태양과 달을 회전하든가. 얘가 달이죠? 그림자로 어떤 모양을 만들어야 되는 것 같은데? 빈틈없이 채우는 건가? 잠깐 여기 뭔가 빗금이 있네? 아, 빗금에 맞게? 그림자를? 채우는 걸지도? 이런 식으로? 이런 느낌으로 하는 게 아닐까요? 아니야, 태양과 다른 이런 느낌이야.
I guess that's wrong.
I think you just need to get the shadows.
거의 다 왔어. 얘를 여기다 두면은?
I got it.
I got
I'm
it!
impressed.
샤미즈님
Did you hear
하이.
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in there?
쪽모님. 깜짝아! 왜?
A bunch of
잘
paper.
풀었죠?
Looks like somebody's research.
브루트님 사전 출연 감사합니다. 황금색 딱정벌레. 황금색 딱정벌레. 일일은 아이고. 백백은 설백.
해낼 줄 알고 있었다고.
믿고 있었냐고 진짜. 뭐? 퍼즐을 풀면 도네이션을 해주신다고? 아유 프로트님 백백은 설백. 설백의 마음속에 저장. 감사합니다.
It's a chart of which
그렇습니다.
planet I...
고마워요.
This
Yeah,
tiny little
좀
notebook is untouched.
잘
It's
풀긴
completely
해요.
blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than mine and the notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebook.
이건
What
뭐지?
is it?
It's large
You're not
큰
wrong.
장치.
trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
The bell
what do
jar.
people
Other
know?
than bells, you know?
뭔가를 보관하는 것.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
뭐 더 없겠네요.
Miss Tiny. The
So,
notebook.
even the most well-used.
봅시다. 근데 이곳에 탐정이 살고 있단 말이지. 여기부터 가봅시다. 이 언니 예쁘다. 아, 이분이 새를 키우고 있었군요.
Oh, just beautiful.
사람이 아니야?
What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! In that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
확실히
Oh,
예술가 집안이네.
Thanks. I do what I can to
아버지는
offset Grimoire's beige on brown
천문학자고
ensemble.
어머니는
Detectives don't
예술적인
need to be
감각이
brightly
있으신
colored.
새를
We prefer to
키우시고
blend
딸내미는
into the background.
피아니스트고.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
페니?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something
어떤 사람이죠,
Aquarius. Love to travel.
여행을
And nearly all
좋아하시는군요.
of my friends are birds.
아, 친구가 세다.
Where to? Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it.
조류학이라고
I
하죠.
call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied
둘
the
다
birds here
교수인
at
건가?
Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly
남편?
to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for
인정하고
us to be
싶지
apart.
않지만 그와 떨어져 있는 건 참을 수
Who are you
없어요.
talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type. you
잠깐만. 그
Fitz
천문학자 이름이 뭐였지?
say. The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially
아저씨
interested in
천문학자 이름이
whatever
뭐였지? 기억이 안
tedious
나네.
feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
다른 남자가 있나 보네. 아, 이 아저씨 부인이 아니었네. 그냥 다른 사람이네.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
좀 이따 갑시다.
I don't like mirrors.
How do you get
거울이
your hair so-
Anyway,
영혼을
wait.
훔쳐간다.
I can feel if one side is
와우,
heavier than
머리를
the other.
동일하게 묶는 방법은 무게를 통해서. 개쩐다.
And especially
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
a little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book.
중앙 페이지가 찢겨져 나왔어요.
They're bird cages. But the birds are
Is that a
cut.
metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. Check out
이
that
나비.
butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
어제 증언을
I
수집하지
awoke
않았군요.
early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz.
피츠를
He's
보기
always there.
위해서
Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly.
왜 급하게 오후 일찍 안으로
Did he say
들어갔을까요?
why?
He didn't.
알려주지
Only just
않았군요.
a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
그게 중요한가요?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like
그
400.
4마리와
Can they not feed
400마리는
themselves?
차이가 굉장히 큰 것 같은데 어떻게 공식적으로
No,
네
no.
마리죠?
But I think they just like the company. As do I. Sometime in the evening, I left the
세상을 떠나
aviary
내
and
방으로
headed back
돌아가고
towards my room.
있었어요.
But in the hall, I
하지만
spotted Uncle
포인터
Pointer heading
삼촌이
down the
계단을 내려가는 거
stairs.
봤죠.
He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset. the
책이
poor
없어서
dear. I followed
짜증났군요.
him down. but the
그냥
great
따라
hall was empty
내려갔는데
by the time I got
프렌돌이
there.
비어
Empty
있었고
aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was
탐정이 여기
loitering over by the
있었다.
library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little
이
lost.
탐정 굉장히
I
수상한데?
inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
아이고.
Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
처음 본 건 아닌 것 같아요. 표현이 저렇게 돼서 그렇지 먼저 본 사람들은 이제 그 사람이지 그 포피랑 다른 사람이 둘이 먼저 발견했잖아. 포피의 방. 이런 게임 특 뭔가 포피일 것 같으면서도 의외로 다른 사람이 범인일 수 있음. 그런 느낌?
That's some flower.
굉장한
There's something
꽃인데
weird about it.
좀 이상한 점이
It just
있어.
feels out of place.
색이 비정상적으로 푸르다.
A little tea set.
One of the
What's in
cups
the other one?
birdseed.
세모이와 찻잔이고 새와 함께 즐기나 봐요. 티타임을.
Penny's books, mostly novel. A little bedtime.
Let's
reading.
see. Romance and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
나이스. 보통 이런 곳에
Anything in there?
Bedsheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious.
퍼즐이 하나씩 있는데.
It's a
Are
birdhouse.
those real?
Birdhouse.
Nope.
They're using up all the
나무조각.
perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
위치를 바꿔봐. 초록색이랑 파란색이랑 섞으면 무슨 색 되죠, 님들? 청록색. 아, 색이 아니라 눈인 건가?
Nope.
There must be something to do with those
하얀
white lines.
선들과 관계가 있을 거야. 색은 아니면 좌우로 해서 눈이 원래대로 돌아온 아들이 있고
Nothing.
I think the birds are related.
아니 왼쪽 눈이랑 오른쪽 눈이랑 합치면 중간이 가운데 눈으로 될 거 아니야. 그 가운데 눈이 일자 눈이랑 합치면 들뜬 눈이 되겠죠? 그래서 감은 눈이랑 하면은 들뜬 눈이 되겠죠?
My God.
I'm
Got
impressed.
it.
Did the door open?
Now I will get her. 이제 내가 그녀를 갖게 해서 죽여서 가져버리겠다 이건가? 이거 뭐야 당신? 이거 해명해. 이게 왜 당신 방에서 나오지? 이 살인 예고장 아닌가요 이거?
Looks like nature.
You know, the
Oh,
bird.
that's true.
나머지는 볼 게 없어 보이는군요.
This is what the
I don't know.
굉장히 수상해. 굉장히 수상해. 이거 뭐야? 안 떴네? 안 열렸네? 호호... 이 사람들이... 당신 탐정! 당신 왜 자리를 피했지?
Whoa, nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective.
그리모가 조수였어?
Good one.
얘가 메인
Who are
탐정인
you
줄?
anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
사설 탐정.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire.
갈아치울
Maybe
생각하죠?
I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh.
그럼 아는 사람이 되면 줄 수 있다는 건가?
Now, if you would, I have work to do. It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
당신도 용의자예요.
Even
우리
if you're one of the
입장에서는.
suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working
며칠
for?
동안 있었군요.
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
아니 뭐 그런 질문을.
You really think so? As it happens, I completed an examination of
살인사건
Flora's room
전날에
on the morning
플로라의
before the
방조사를
murder.
마친
I've been investigating
참이었습니다.
every single room at Tangle
모든 방을
Tower.
조사한
Hers was one
중이었죠.
of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky.
그녀는 하늘을 바라보고 있었습니다.
Didn't say a word. Although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library
서재
was
조사는 예상치
unexpectedly
못하게
disrupted. Sounds of
중단되었습니다.
running, wailing,
달리는 소리,
shouting from several
통곡 소리,
floors above.
고함이 위에서
I vacated the
난다군요.
library, but before I could begin my
서재를
ascent,
나와
Professor Pointer appeared.
올라가려는데
He emerged from the
포인트
Pointer
교수를
staircase,
만났고
crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great
크게
alarm. He told
불안해했다고요?
me to stay out of the way.
왜지?
I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone
알고
square.
있었나
As I was
무엇인가를?
passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an
불안.
apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase.
왜
More so than
불안해하지?
at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had
위에서
occurred.
있었던 일을
His report was
이제서
as clumsy
내려와서
and cumbersome as the
알려줬군요.
man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
교수님 책 하나 없어졌다고 불안해 하셨나? 왜 불안해 하셨지?
A pointless
I don't know.
want to play hide and
I
seek?
could be persuaded.
AKA a greenhouse.
Is that
If it
a...
is, it's a...
오, 시계가
I'm
있군요.
guessing it doesn't tell.
So what does it do?
네 개의 바늘이 모두 올바른 위치에 가도록 해. 뭐지? 아, 이어지는군요. 올바른 위치? 아, 이 첫 번째는 십자가밖에 안 되네. 아, 둘 다 십자가밖에 안 되네. 일단 두 번째랑 네 번째 거 모양이 같아야 되는 것 같고 반전으로. 그럼 첫 번째랑 세 번째 거가 뭔가 상관이 있겠죠? 어떻게 해야 이 모양이 나오지? 3 같은 모양이 나오지? 일단 여기 이 원에도 이렇게 막힌 부분이 있는 거 보니까 여기 이렇게 위에가 쫑긋하고 서 있잖아. 이 뭔가 문양을 뜻하고 있어. 아, 1번과 3번의 상관관계가 어떻게 되는 거지?
Nope.
So moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands in the
그건
opposite
나도 알고
direction.
있어.
It's like cogs on a machine.
1번과 3번은 모양이 똑같이 맞출 수가 없는데? 그러면 아무리 봐도 이건 12, 3 9 6시 9시 3시 12시 얘만 위로 가면 돼. 이제 얘만 6시로 가면 돼. 잠깐만. 잠깐 3, 9, 12, 6인데? 얘가 반시계면 쟤는 시계. 한 칸만 땡기면 되는데. 한 칸만 땡기면 되는데. 뭔가 틀어졌어.
That's the one.
이거다.
Hey, not bad. What's in the box?
오케이.
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
뭔지는 모르겠어. 곡선 유리 렌즈가 있다. 나사가 달려 있다. 렌즈?
A wooden trunk. That
I want one.
이거 현미경 변태가 좋아하는 거 아닌가?
Hi.
오케이. 자, 새색시의 약혼자죠? 오, 너무 깜짝이야. 너무 무섭게 왜 이러고 서 있으세요?
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally.
말을 그래도 하는군요.
And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
그냥 유전 아님? 당신은 왜 이렇게 키가 큰가요? 하면은 뭐라고 답해야
You
돼?
work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kind of weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what?
부산물?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life. Just like anywhere
특정
else on the
사람들에겐
planet.
위험하다는
Clouds
건가?
form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
DNA의 변형.
Like mutation.
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener. I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden.
it was quiet. And then it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream,
비명?
but it didn't sound human.
인간의 것이 아니었다고?
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together.
확실히.
Felix
구조리
took
좀
charge.
이상해.
There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
범인은 그러면 프레이야를 죽일 무언가 장치나 설정을 해뒀고 직접 죽이지 않은 건가? 자상이 있었잖아.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
오케이. 가보자. 왜 빨리 가라고 강요하지? 호수 가장자리.
It's a bird bath.
Such
Just
the
ring.
birds seem to
They're
like-
even singing a little
눈에
tune.
맞춰 노래를 부르고 있어.
Please don't do that.
What?
Wind chime, silent. Wooden wind chime. That's a big
It's
one.
kind of
I think it's
yeah, water with poison in it.
독이 든 물.
That's a big
It's
one. I
kind
think
of yeah,
it's
water with poison in it. That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
to see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside.
왜 아버지가 굳이 기다리고 있었을까?
I ran up the stairs,
혐의를-
hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should
근데
leave also. I
F의
took Penelope with me,
아빠가
and we both went back to our rooms
발자국
in
소리
Tangle
2번
Tower.
들었다고 했잖아.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
완벽한데?
It's a garden, I think.
We could.
Ready when you are.
진짜 같이 죽여버린 건가? 진짜 그런 걸지도?
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might.
It's bigger in here than I thought. Is that fruit?
Too shiny. I think it's glowing.
Safe to eat.
I'm gonna say no. A little chart. Actually, I have no idea.
도표?
Kind of reminds me of a periodic table.
주기율표라.
Greek letters?
Kind of reminds me of a periodic table.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
풀지 못하는 게 몇 개 있네요.
Tools used by gardening.
This one
Okay, that is.
looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
원석 같다고? 화분의 토양은 색이 비정상적으로 푸르다. 이런 거 하나 또 있었잖아, 다른데.
Bags of soil.
So,
Hanging baskets.
to you,
They're only
2 inches makes all.
와, 진짜 아무것도 없는데요? 피치의 방에 무슨 아니 누가 보면은 감옥인 줄 알겠어.
It's a little hand. Inside it says. It's a little. Inside it says.
어머,
Defits
러브레터도
from
있어.
PP. And empty
looking at
glass.
it.
Why?
I don't know. That poor
Looks pretty
healthy. I think it would rather be outside. Hello.
Not him.
Doesn't need to be.
이거 보자.
It's a combination, sort of.
이걸 맞춰서 뭔가 나뭇잎의 모양을 맞추는 것 같죠? 일단 얜 이거다. 근데 왜 정답이 4개지? 왜 정답이 4개지? 여러 방향으로 할 수 있나 보죠? 그죠? 자, 이게 하나. 이게 2번째. 아, 이거죠. 자, 나머지 2개를 찾아봅시다. 이거네요. 이거네. 나머지 하나. 했고 이쪽 여기 했고 여기 했고 여기 했나? 좀 위에를 안 한 것 같은데. 이거다. 뭐야? 아니 가만히 냅둔 게 맞았네. 뭐야? 두 개만 돌린 게 맞았네. 뭐야? 다 맞춰놨었네.
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
장식된 모종삽. 어머, 다들 무뚝뚝해 보이는데 아유, 막 러브한 아이템도 있고 그러네. 뭐지? 이거랑
It's locked.
I thought we
그
were
반대쪽이랑 이어진 거네. 여기는 해가 있겠네. 아, 그러네. 이거 아니었나?
It made a noise.
오.
I guess that was right. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
문이 열렸습니다. 이쪽도 미리 열어둡시다, 그냥.
A big glass door leads out.
There's a little mechanism by
Something
that must
happened.
be it.
굿.
Finally.
Whatever's on the other side.
밖으로 나가봅시다. 알?
More eggs.
I don't get it.
Well, I thought the sculptor was
What do
just
you mean?
an egg has got to be the easiest
가장
shape to
쉬운
make.
형태일 테니까.
Giant stone
깃털.
frog.
Yeah, he's got his.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
깃털. 석조개구리의 혀 주위에서 찾았다. 왜 혀 주위에 있을까? 이 위에서 새들에게 무언가 일이 있었기 때문에 새들 깃털이 막 떨어진 게 아닐까? 이 위에가 사건이 일어나는 곳이잖아.
It's so. I might just stay.
Oh, shut up.
That'd be great. That's one big.
Or one very small. It's a rose bush. Not
The
perfect.
roses are
Aren't-
exactly.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
뮤트를 켜고 있네.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
귀마개. 귀마개가 쓰여 있다.
It's so relaxed. I might just stay.
Oh, shut up.
That'd be great.
자꾸 왜 마무리하자 그래? 우리 못 찾았잖아, 산소.
A little
It
pond.
looks really. See those metal bars around the
Oh,
edges?
yeah.
Nothing.
금속
Looks like
막대기?
somebody broke them and then never
구수는
bothered to
고치지
fix
않고
it.
놔둔 것 같아.
Oh, good.
I'm not all brick.
Stone pillars. Or what's left.
이렇게 아무것도 없을 수 있다고?
The door into.
So,
I guess so.
비밀의 문을 통해서만 올 수 있는 이곳인데 단서가 없을 수 있어?
it's. I might just stay.
Oh, shut up.
That'd be great.
이 새들 뭐야?
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
이렇게 평화롭게 아무것도 없다고.
It's so relaxed. I might just stay.
Oh, shut up.
That'd be great.
의자.
It's a
Now,
two-person.
what? It looks pretty snap.
이렇게 아무것도 없을 수 있어? 내가 무언가 놓치고 있나? 틀린 그림 찾기 해야 되는 건가?
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
정말 아무것도 없네요.
It's so. I might just stay.
Oh, shall I go finish them?
That'd be great. It's a two-person
Now,
bed.
what? It looks. Oh, good. I'm glad.
Not all.
이것도 아니고.
I might just.
진짜 아무것도 없는데 여기?
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
아니 정원을 뚫고 들어왔는데 아무것도 없을 수가 있어? 무언가 내가 찾지 못한 단서들이 있어. 공원을 좀 대충 봤던 것 같아.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to
It's
say.
not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
아니야, 근데 여기는 테이프 발견하면 끝인 것 같은데.
Spooky. What do you think it's
I
for?
think it's
Is it working?
No.
정원을 살펴봐야 해.
It's a statue of some
Playing a harp.
Playing a harp.
하프를
Hang
켜고
on a
있어.
second.
이거 안 봤어?
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not going to solve this just yet.
이 퍼즐은 아직 풀 수 없는 것
Let's
같습니다.
come back later. It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
뭔가 발견해야 되나 보네. 여기는 추금기 했고, 여기도 보물상자 했고, 여기도 상자 했고, 여기도 무슨 상자 열었고, 여기 열었나? 아, 여기 이거 기계 열었잖아.
We already solved it.
여기 기계 있었나? 푸는 거? 여기 퍼즐이 없었어, 내 기억으로는. 그죠?
Books about
Skip.
여기가 퍼즐이 없었던 것 같아.
Sure. Why
the
not?
search for the archive. It's downright poetic. That's must. You asked.
Nice. Sure. Why
The
not?
search for the archive. It's downright poetic.
일단 서재랑 여기도 퍼즐 풀었고, 웬만하면 다 푼 것 같은데? 학쇼와 이야기해야 해. 학쇼가 누구야? 잠깐만. 아, 탐정과 이야기해야 돼. 응? 응? 거기다 찾았어, 2개. 어떤 얘기를 하라는 거지?
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from
들었잖아.
It's a big
I
stone
guess
dot.
when I first one too. There's a metal
Is there a
plaque. I
message?
think there was someone scratched it
누군가
off.
긁어냈어.
We already solved it.
이미 풀었잖아. 근데 이 친구랑 이야기를 해야 돼 라고 써있지만 말을 걸어도 새롭게 이야기할 수 있는 건 없을 수
You
있어.
ever see a
Not
mushroom?
in real life.
못 연 건 비밀 일기장과 하프 동산뿐이죠. 무슨 이야기를 하라는 걸까? 퍼피와 이야기해야 해? 왜 달라지지? 이랑 얘기할 거 다 했잖아. 필릭스와 이야기. 이거 힌트가 이상한데요. 이거 버그인가요? 아니 여기 오면은 부금 평화로워지는 거 뻔하게 웃기네. 학쇼와 이야기해야 해. 뭐지? 왜 뺑뺑이 시키지? 얘기할 게 없는데? 천문탑을 살펴봐야 해. 뭐지 이 뺑뺑이? 버그인가?
Pretty.
여기도 이 힌트? 이거 풀었잖아요.
Every astronomy.
I want to try.
이거 볼 수 있어? 이거 볼 수 있었네?
It's the tower opposite this one.
Is that?
I
Is there another room?
잠깐만 다른 방에
above
있었어?
Laura's room?
이건
we should
몰랐는데?
check that next time we're over there.
방이 하나가 아니야?
I can just about see the ground.
It's that little
Don't you
plant.
think
Maybe
it-
it's glued down.
You can see right.
Not by
I can see Flora, but behind her is the
위를
backside
보고
of the
있어.
easel holding Freya's unfinished. I can't really see anything.
It's too dark back there.
Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope?
그니까 왜 남의 가문 옆에 애를 쳐다보고
I'm
있었어?
pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy.
아까부터
to work.
수상해 이 아저씨. 뭔가
I
이상해.
can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
왜 항상 그녀를 보고 있었던 거지? 헉! 알고 보면 이 아저씨가 맨날 이렇게 이쪽을 지켜보다가 누군가가 프리야를 죽였는지 목격을 해서 그래서 책을 찾았는데 책이 없어져서 피오나가 가져갔나 하고 찾아가려 했어요 라고 은근슬쩍 돌린 게 아닐까? 근데 왜 굳이 목격을 했다면 증언을 하지 않는 거지? 본인이 범행 동기였기 때문인가? 굉장히 수상해. 이 트월킹 아저씨 굉장히 수상해. 그리고 되게 불안에 떨고 있었다 그랬잖아. 헉, 여기 뭔가 있어.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at
You know,
least.
maybe I won't open it. Just dusty junk. What is that?
Not sure.
Looks like it
감기?
might attach to something.
뭔가 있어. 빨간 밧줄이 감겨 있다. 무언가 범행에 사용된 것이 분명해. 내 감이 말해주고 있어.
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my eye.
Sorry.
Kind of. What's in that? A skull, at
You know,
least.
maybe I won't open it.
Where's that light
It's
coming?
just there's a decent gap between.
잘 봐봐. 헉! 정확해. 위에서 뭔가 드르륵 탁 하고 칼이 꽂혀서 그녀를 향해 쏘버린 거야. 이거 누군가 이곳에 침입했다. 헉! 아저씨가 미리 설치해두고 그게 잘 떨어지는지 확인한 거 아닐까? 사실은 이 프레이야를 죽이려던 게 아니라 저 싸가지 없어 보이는 저 아줌마를 죽이려고 했던 건데 실패해버린 거지. 아차차 허튼 아이가 죽었구나 하고 이제 불안에 떨면서 온 거 아니야? 이거 뭔가 냄새가 납니다. 냄새.
At least the moths are kept well fed.
Sally, you don't.
No.
Let me put it.
위에 이렇게 뭘 걸어둔 게 아닐까?
At least the moths are kept well fed. Someone
Do you
painted
think
up.
it was done?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty
누군가
suspicious.
창문을 칠했어? 보지 못하게 미리 손을 썼다는 얘기인 거겠죠?
Nothing catching.
Sorry.
Kind of.
It says heading
You know,
upstairs.
there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dust. Also, it's not a statue.
동상이
It's
아니야?
stuffed.
뭔가 채워져 있어?
It says heading
You know, there's
upstairs.
not. Also, it's stuffed. Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kind of.
굉장히 수상해. 굉장히 수상해. 냄새가
Nothing
나.
catching.
Sorry.
Kind of. It's a jar.
항아리?
Huh.
열 수 있다고? 왜 안 열어?
Just
열 수 있는데 왜 안 열어?
Sally,
No.
let me push.
이 묶여있는 끈 뭘까?
Nothing catching.
sorry.
Kind of.
이게 끝이라고?
Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kind of.
이게 정말 끝이라고? 이거밖에 없어?
Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kind of. Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kind of.
아저씨 왜 여길 보고 있었죠?
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I
왜
passed her by
좌절하고
and went
조급한
upstairs to
것처럼
Fiona's
보였을까?
room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming.
똑같은 말 하는데? 범인은 이 집안에 있어. 피츠와 이야기해야 해. 이 아닌가? 아, 정원사가 피츠야? 아, 그러네. 나는 왜 항상 애니든 게임이든 이름을 기억을 못할까?
A little chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
여기 막 중간에 이상한 도표 있는 그런 것도 있었는데
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
뭔가 근거가 되지 않을까? 페니와 이야기해야 해. 페니가 이 친구인가? 새 아줌마? 근데 얘기할 것도 없는데 왜 자꾸 얘기하러 가라는 건지 잘 모르겠어.
The bird cage.
the bird- that a
Oh,
mouse?
it totally is.
아, 리얼 똥개 훈련 시킨다니까. 제대로 된 힌트를 줘. 아니, 또 뺑뺑이야? 갔었잖아. 피비. 뭘까 진짜 이 뺑뺑이들은? 내가 뭔가 근거를 찾지 못한 게 있는 건가?
Sure. Why not?
The
Bill?
search, the archive, downright poetic.
Uh,
I'm not sure. Soil samples. That's musty.
exactly-
Must. You ask such.
Nice.
stupid- That's musty.
What exactly-
Must. You ask such.
Nice.
여기에 퍼즐이 없기는 했어. 이거 말고는.
A chop?
Is this a library or?
이 이상한 근거 말고는 퍼즐이 없긴 했어요. 근데 퍼즐이 없는 방에는 대신 이런 힌트 아닌 힌트가 있는 것 같기도 하고.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that. A chalkboard?
Is this a library or a class?
Math?
Don't look at. You'll give yourself a headache. Don't look at You'll give yourself a headache. Don't look You'll give yourself a headache.
얘를 클릭할 수 있는 이유가 있지 않을까?
Any idea what this?
Not a clue.
Any idea
Not
what?
a clue.
Any idea?
Not a clue.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
알아낸 게 하나라도 있다고 말할 수 있을지라는 게 저기서 무언가를 알아내야 하는데 내가 무언가 놓치고 있다라는 걸 뜻하는 것 같죠? 뭘까? 내가 어느 방에서 어떤 힌트를 놓친 걸까? 아 진짜 뺑뺑이 오지게 시키네. 얘기해야 해의 뜻이 마지막 그걸 열어야 된다는 게 아닐까?
It's a chart of the planet.
What?
Large.
You're not wrong.
내가 범인은 현장에 다시 돌아온다.
Freya's painting supplies.
미술용품은 알고 있고
The attic's directly.
Yeah.
우리 위에 다락방에 있는 거라고 확인을 했었고.
The out. There's a single patch of blood. No real.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
그림을 그리다가 그대로 충격 그 칼로 그 무언가의 자상인 상태에서 뒤로 쿵 하고 쓰러진 거 아님? 아줌마 무슨 말이라도 해봐요. 분명히 당신은 봤을 거 아니야. 왜 봤는데 말을 안 해?
A little pot.
너 같이 있었잖아.
There it is. The unfinished.
So
Looks that way.
자. 아 뭐야. 누를 때마다 바뀌네 이거. 아, 나 왜 왔다 갔다 한 거야. 어이없네. 무언가 근거를 더 찾아서 정보를 수집해서 이거 봤었나?
Crystal chandelier.
I don't know. Plus they're kind of dusty.
Crystal
I don't
chandelier.
know. Plus they're kind of dusty.
Fifi's got something.
What is all this?
이 관계는 왜 써 있는 거지? 어? 근데 여기 써 있는 수학 공식이요.
Fifi trying to solve the
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
피피 책상에 있는 거랑 칠판에 있는 거랑 똑같지
Maybe.
않았나?
Did you ever try that? It's Detective Hawkshaw.
이 탐정이랑 이 아저씨 이 둘은 연인 관계.
Looks like Fitz. It's Poppy.
That's you, Sally.
What? I do not. Do I?
아 그러네. 셀리랑 여기 아저씨도 있네.
That's just the. Does make you wonder though.
둘이 부부고 둘이 연인이고 탐정이랑 아저씨는 무슨 관계지?
Is Fifi?
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
Looks like Professor Pointer.
It's Detective Hawkshaw. Looks like Fitz. It's a drawing of Penny.
의뢰자인 건가? 근데 이 아저씨랑 이 새 아줌마는 무슨 관계지? 약혼자가 있다고 그랬잖아.
Did you notice who isn't?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
아, 삼촌.
Homemade poster. This one's about
I've not heard of that band. That's a whole lot.
boxes of stuff.
That's a whole lot. Stuff.
You're gonna rummage? I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
쓰레기통 좀 뒤져봐. 뭐가 있을 수도 있잖아.
Boxes of stuff.
물건이 있으면 좀
Looks like
열어보라고.
something. We hope it's just a bunch of notes about her micro.
What's that? big
Looks like
present?
something. We hope it's just a bunch of notes about her micro.
정원사랑 피아노 치는 애랑 연인 아니에요? PP 하트 있었잖아요. 아니면 가지고 있는 물건 중에서 이렇게 막 확대를 해서 보는 게 아닐까? 아, 아직 못 푼다 그랬지. 약혼자는 새언니라고요? 근데 약혼자는 새언니인데 왜 피아노 치는 애랑 정원사랑 같은 정원을 공유할까?
Nice room.
It's a mess. But yeah. We're supposed to.
And over here, you'll see a simple trick, but it really. What is?
I think it's a family tree.
너 가게도가 있었네.
Fiona Feller. We met her. She's one of the suspects.
피오나 펠로.
Poppy Pointer. We met her. She's one of the suspects.
Primrose. I guess she doesn't live here. Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
살인 사건의 피의자.
She's barely related to the main family.
거의 관계가 없네요.
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
I guess she doesn't live here anymore.
피츠도 있어요? 여긴가?
Fitz Fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects.
이 글씨가 너무 다양해갖고
Richard Remington.
The one and only.
Penelope Pointer. We met her. She is one of the suspects. Pretty.
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 여기서도 뭔가 큰 단서를 얻긴 좀 힘들어 보이죠?
It's not locked.
A door.
Oh, what's behind
A
it?
room. Finally,
It's not
don't
bad.
ruin this.
아, 뭘까? 내가 어떤 걸 놓치고 있는 걸까?
Sally, check the.
Is soil a clue? Do you think he'll start to?
No, I think he'll just.
전에서 뭔가 놓친 게 있는 게 아닐까?
Little bird.
How do you know they're for birds? Is that an
It's
envelope?
been. Let's read it.
Isn't that?
Oh, definitely.
혼자 이러고 봤었잖아. 그것은 밑에서 찾을 수 없을 것입니다. 뭔가 발견을 해서 퍼즐을 풀어야 다음 단계로 넘어갈 수 있을 것 같은데. 일단 이쪽에서는 다 풀었거든요? 여기 서재 빼고 남은 퍼즐 안 푼 게 있나? 퍼즐이 없었던 게 여기 서재랑 여기 중앙 정원이랑 여기 하프 못 풀었고. 나 하프 왜 못 풀지?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
아직
Let's
풀 수
come back
없는 것
later.
같습니다. 계속 뜨고. 무언가 발견을 해야 된단 말이지. 가운데는 로비에는 퍼즐 없었고 여기도 없었고 집 앞에도 없었고 여기는 있었고 했고 여기도 퍼즐 없었잖아, 그죠?
Tools used by gardening.
Is that
Too
fruit?
shiny. I think it's glowing.
Safe to
I'm
eat.
gonna say no.
Is that
Too
fruit?
shiny. I'm gonna say no.
실 내는 열매. 여기선 이걸 획득했었고.
This one
Okay, that
looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Tools used by gardening.
볼까 어딜까 내가 뭘 빠뜨리고 있는 걸까. 대신 여기는 이거 하나 있는 거고. 종이요? 이건 아까 봤어요. 이건 퍼즐이 아니라 도표예요.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
이것도 봤어요, 본래.
That's a handsome. Looks like he might.
그냥 딱정벌레.
Tools used by gardening. Tools used by gardening.
아니면 물건이 있어야 말이지.
Hanging baskets.
To you,
You're only
2 inches makes all. It's
Total
I am not.
유리인데 투명하지 않아.
It's bigger in here.
이게 뭔가
Bit of a decadent flooring choice.
대표적인 문양.
It's bigger in here than I.
굉장히 뭐가 없구만.
Is that fruit?
Too shiny to be. I think it's glowing.
Safe to eat.
I'm gonna say no.
이거도
Tools used by
안
gardening.
돼요. 아까 해봤어요. 어디지? 어딜 빠뜨렸지? 여기 퍼즐 없었죠, 근데.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
A little writing.
There's nothing written in the book.
Bird
They're
diagram.
beautiful. Someone.
Bird
They're
diagram.
beautiful. Someone.
And
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
이거 P 가문이 F 가문에 시비 걸려 그런 거 아니야?
They're bird cage. But the birds.
that a
Oh,
map?
it totally is. They're bird cage. But the birds.
that a
Oh,
map?
it totally is.
does this
Yeah.
count?
No, doesn't matter.
제목 수정해달라고요? 아니 증거가 안 나와져요.
There's a
증거가
letter P carved.
증거가 안 나오는데 어떻게 찾아요? 증거 찾고
Does
있습니다.
this count
Yeah.
as?
No, doesn't matter.
조금만 기다려주세요.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant. I feel like I'm standing in a giant. I'd rather make
There's a letter P carved into the side.
정말 뭐 없는걸? 자세한 이야기를 해본 게 포피밖에 없어. 아, 이런 식으로 나오네. 아, 핀트펠로우랑 남자 형제야. 프레이야는 여기 가족 없어서 죽은 거 아닌 정도면? 포피 포인터 절친. 봐봐, 이 새 언니랑 이 정원사랑 약혼남인데 이 포피 포인터랑 이 정원사랑 도대체 무슨 관계인 거지? 신기하단 말이죠. 옆방 사이 이런 거일 리는 없잖아.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant room.
내가 여기서 마지막을 놓친 게 있나? 표면상으로 약혼하고? 그러면 사실 피아노 치는 친구랑 약혼남이랑 바람났는데 그걸 프레이야가 발견해버려서 프레이야를 죽여버린 건가?
What's in that little? I bet it's bones. A skull, at
You know,
least.
maybe I won't open it. It says
You know, there's a name.
I know.
It's not quite as. Also, it's stuffed.
그러니까 이거 어떻게 뭐 할 수 없나?
It's a jar.
Huh.
아니 비틀어서 열 수 있다면서 안 열어줘.
What is
Not
this?
sure.
Looks like it might attach to something.
이거 봐, 하나 못 찾았어. 하나. 이 하나가 뭘까? 분명히 하나만 찾으면 되는데 아, 이걸 못 찾아서.
Nothing catching my.
Sorry. Is
Kind
this-
of. Where's that light
No,
coming?
it's just daylight. There's a decent gap between. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
이거는 목격하는 게 끝인 건가?
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
여긴 뭐 없나 보네요.
Is that what I think it is?
풀어야 하는 퍼즐이 있는데 내가 안 푼 게 있나?
Just Dusty. Just Dusty.
이것도 내가 풀었고
We already solved it.
여기서 이거 얻었고
Sheet music.
only a few
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
악보도 얻었었고.
There's
여러분 금방
you know,
풉니다. 증거 하나만 찾으면 돼요. 하나만.
a single very
Yeah. Weird.
이상해. 잠깐만. 얘 진짜 정원사랑 바람난 거 아니야? 방에 꽃이 왜 있어? 정원사가 장미꽃 준 거 아니야? 여기 비밀 정원에서 서로 만나면서? 아니 방에 꽃이 있을 필요가 뭐가 있어?
Oh, thank goodness. They wouldn't want it to be dark and
Gloomy.
로-
but
로맨틱해?
roomy.
바람이 로맨틱해?
Various.
What do you think those?
Hopefully. Various.
What do you think those?
Hopefully.
More handwritten sheet music.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's a good
It's
one.
an eye.
근데 이거 프레이야가 죽었던 그 방 위에도 있었잖아.
Just a bunch of nothing weird
To
about.
you.
Just a bunch of nothing
To
weird.
you. Gloomy.
But roomy. A lamp. It is most empty. Oh, thank. Wouldn't want it to be dark.
초는 7개.
That?
I thought
This is a
vampires.
vampire. who knows
뱀파이어의
things.
침대라니 사람이 자는 곳인데.
It's an octopus.
No, it has six. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
육발 문어. 어디지? 내가 어디를 놓치고 있지?
More handwritten sheet music.
여기도 풀었고 여기도 풀었고 요거도 여기 퍼즐 풀었잖아
We
이거잖아.
already solved it.
이제 내가 그녀를 갖겠어. 이 빨간 장미꽃 옥상 정원에서 자라는 빨간 장미에서 떨어진 거? 이제 내가 그녀를 갖겠어? 사실 새 아줌마랑 그 정원사랑 약혼 사이였지만 그 두 명 다 피아니스트를 좋아했고 정원사가 먼저 피아니스트를 쟁취해버리자 이 새 아줌마가 질투가 나서 아닌가? 너무 에바겠죠?
A little bit.
Let's see. Romance and
What?
this one appears.
Nice. Penny's books. Mostly no.
Traveling case.
Empty. All of them.
Traveling case.
Empty. All of them. Penny's books. Mostly
Traveling case.
empty. All of them.
This is
Who?
what
I don't
the-
know.
Anything in
Bed
there?
sheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious.
침대포.
Looks like rude.
You know,
Well, if that's true, that's a big window. Looks like rude.
진짜 뭘까? 진짜 뭘까?
It's a rose bush. Apart from a couple of loose petals on
한쪽에
one
떨어진
side, the
꽃잎을
whole
제외하고
thing looks
전체가
to-
roses are
aren't
exactly. Giant stone.
Yeah, he's got-
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers. That's one big
or
thread.
one very small.
진짜 다 봤는데 여기는 퍼즐이 없어 근데
It's the door.
One of them
증거물은
too.
있는데 퍼즐은 없어 여기는.
Ah, a little. Wonder how it's hooked up.
신이시여 저에게 뜻을 주시옵소서. 증거가 하나가 어디 있을까요?
More
신이시여.
egg
I
statue.
don't get it.
Well, either
What
the
do
sculptors.
you mean?
An egg has got to be the easy.
분수랑 잠자리도 다 눌렀어요.
That's one big
Or
thread.
one very small.
빨간 장미도 눌렀고 연못도 눌렀고 여기도 눌렀고 여기도 눌렀고 동상도 눌렀고
More
I
eggs.
don't get
Well,
it.
are the
What do you
sculptors.
mean?
다리도
An egg has got to be
눌렀고
the
뒤에
easy.
이거 벽도 눌렀고 산?
Be careful.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
진짜 다 눌렀어. 님들 제가 꼼꼼하게 안 본 곳이 있나요? 나 진짜 웬만하면 다 눌러보고 나왔던 것 같은데 혹시 몰라서. 이 쓸데없는 힌트 이거. 이 아주 쓰잘데기 없는 이 쓸모없는 거. 왜 있는 거야 이거. 나도 얘기를 하고 싶지. 나도 얘기를 하고 싶은데 대화를 안 나눠주는 걸 어떡해. 못 푼 문제요? 근데 내가 못 푼 거 여기 하프 석상 말곤 없어. 근데 하프 석상이 지금 못 푸는 거래. 그러니까 무언가 증거를 발견을 해야 이걸 풀 수 있는데 그 증거를 지금 찾고 있는 거겠죠? 그나마 뭐 기호라 하면은 뭐 PP의 이제 칠판가 여기 방에 있었던 그 수학 기호들. 그러니까 PP한테 근데 PP네 이 친구 서재에는 퍼즐이 없었는데 또 여기는 있었어. 이거 풀었잖아.
We already solved it.
저 PP 퍼즐은 풀기는 했어. 아 이거 하나만 찾으면 술술 풀릴 것 같은데. 아 하나가 안 보이네.
What's that?
Looks like something. I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her micro.
사진이요? 어떤 거요? 이거? 이거는 구조?
Fifi's got
관계도?
What is all this?
근데 이거 뭐 눌러도
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
뭐 없어요.
It's Poppy.
arrows connecting. All
They're not labeled.
Yeah, they're completely.
정말 쓸모없대.
Arrows
They're
connecting.
not labeled.
Yeah, they're completely. That's
What? I do not.
근데 진짜 궁금하단 말이지? 이 피아노 치는 친구랑 저런 사람 무슨 사이일까?
정말 쉽죠.
정말 쉽죠? 타코야키 한입송님이랑 새벽이랑 15개월째 펑펑 구독 감사드리고 왔습니다. 감사합니다. 물음표. 다들 이 둘의 사이를 의심하고 있는 게 분명해.
It's Poppy. That looks like Feds.
Is Fifi?
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
Did you notice who?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
애초에 프레이야와 피피는 범인이 아니다라는 뜻인 것 같죠? 내가 발견하지 못한 이 두 분은 어디에 있을까?
Unused. Don't think you can save it for the show.
사건 현장에서 놓친 거야? 다 봤어요. 순서대로 싹 훑어야 되나? 처음부터 다시?
The whole room.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Freya's painting
시술
supplies.
용품도 봤고 이 그림도 봤고
Supposedly.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her
이것도
brush.
챙겼었고 이것도 풀었고
We already solved it.
근데 비어있었어. 이것도 퀴즈 이거 퍼즐이었는데 풀었어요. 얘도 추금기 들어봤었고
The attic's directly above.
Yeah.
다락방 확인했고
A bunch of old books covered in dust now.
근데 이 눈 표시가요 피아노 치는 친구 방 아래에 그려져 있었거든요. 근데 왜 위에도 여기 있을까요?
After all,
I don't know if you can call the sudden absence of wall.
갑작스러운 벽의 부재. 이거 진짜 이거 공략 찾아봐야 돼? 아니
that's the
It's also
어떻게
Sure
마지막
is.
하나가 없을 수 있어? 다 했는데 진짜 하나 남았는데 이 하나 때문에 내가 공략 봐야 돼?
The whole room.
Yeah, there might be.
아 뭔가 증거 목록이야? 잠시만요. 여기요. 아 진짜 내가 뭐 어떤 증거를 못 찾은 거지?
글쎄요.
아, 그니까. 내가 분명히 해랑 달이요? 해랑 달은 그거예요. 그 정원 여는 거, 옥상 정원 여는 거 그거 풀었어요. 난 너무 슬퍼. 나 진짜 꼼꼼히 봤다고 생각해. 미미미 르샴레 미미로.
Against the back of that big stone.
Told you it was
Just a rock. That thing has a.
얼굴에 있다고? 아. 뭐가 없는지 비교 좀. 뭘까? 내가 어느 방에 무얼 놓친 걸까? 비밀 일기장 근데 이거 안 열려요. 기묘한 금속 장치로 잠겨져 있다. 그림이 없다고요? 그림? 그림. 이거?
There it is. The
So-
looks that way.
이건 아니고.
It's so dark.
Somehow the sunlight.
이 그림 중에
It's
하나인가?
so dark.
Somehow the sunlight.
It's so dark.
Somehow the
다 눌러봐.
The whole
Yeah, there might be a reason. It's so dark.
Somehow the sunlight.
It's so dark.
Somehow the sunlight.
It's so dark.
Somehow the sunlight.
어! 아 이거는 측은기잖아. 아이 아 측은기 눌린 거네. 이건가?
The whole room is.
Yeah, there might be a
아닌데?
reason.
그림? 깃털이 없다. 4개 깃털 여기 있어요. 프레이야의 그림도 있고.
알려드리겠습니다. 마지막 증거가 뭐냐면 알려드렸습니다.
야! 이놈! 펠릭스 아저씨 방에서 색칠된 조각상이랑 이거 2개 나왔을 거예요. 그림이 2개 있어야 되는데 하나가 없다고? 그러면 피해자의 방으로 간다.
The whole room is a strange.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Drawings.
What's that one on?
Looks one of them's holding a red rose.
아니 근데 다시 보니까 그러면 이 둘이 바람난 거를 프레이야가 발견해서 죽인 거 맞지 않음? 장미? 아니 둘이 도대체 무슨 사이냐고. 목격자를 죽여버린 거 아니야 이거?
Did Freya?
They're kinda
Maybe she painted them when she was.
이건가?
It's a.
I think it looks
fine.
fine. Could also be a shark.
A lot of these paintings look unfinished.
How can you tell?
Good point. A lot
How
of
can you tell?
Good point.
Freya's
Looks
there. He's
pretty.
had a rough couple of days.
이건 챙겼고.
That painting.
Why?
Maybe Freya.
Yeah,
Hang on. There's a small.
It's a photograph.
이것도 있고.
A pillow. What's a...
쿠션이고.
Yeah, but that doesn't look right.
이건가?
That painting.
Why?
아니지, 이게 떨어져 있는
There's a
거잖아.
It's a photograph.
헤드셋 낀 개구리를 눌러봤어요. 이 식물은 아무것도 아니고.
Freya's plants. They must not. Brushes.
They're clean, but. Painting supplies.
정원이 퍼즐이 없고 증거만 한 2개인가 있었어요. 아니 그림이?
That's weird.
Why did you find it?
Nothing.
막 하프 열어야 그림 나오는 거 아님? 여기 방일 수도 있지 않을까요, 여기? 어떤 그림이야? 어떤 그림 말씀하시는 거지? 세 명 있던 거야? 이거? 안녕하세요. 방법을 찾았다고요? 그러면 나 어느 방으로 가야 되는지만 알려줘. 나 어느 방에서 뭘 열심히 찾아야 되는지만 알려줘. 여기 너무 방이 많아. 어디로 가야 돼요? 트수 찬스 도와줘. 진짜 몇 시분지 찾고 있는데 안 나와.
훈수 벤이라고 합니다, 여러분.
오. 아니 그렇기는 한데 혐의가 다 오픈이 됐냐고요? 혐의가 다 오픈됐다는 게 무슨 말이지? 그러니까 자세히 이야기한 거는 포피밖에 없어. 네, 장소만 얘기해주세요. 증거 찾아야 되는 장소? 증거 목록. 하나가 안 보여. 진짜 막 대화를 더 나눠봐야 되는 건가? 근데 대화 나눠도 똑같았잖아. 어째 열린 게 없었어. 사건 장소? 역시 범인 현장에 다시 나타나는 건가? 근데 여기서 뭘 놓친 거지? 진짜 다 눌러봤는데? 문도 눌러봤지.
That's the only
It's also
Sure is. Guess. The whole room.
yeah. There might be a reason.
아까 여기 액자 다 눌러봤잖아.
The whole room.
Yeah,
is-
there might be a reason. We already solved it.
또 풀었고.
A bunch of old covered in dust now, but a bunch of old covered in dust now, but
옆에 책도 눌러봤죠?
a bunch of old covered in dust now, but they look.
근데 뭔가 눌렀을 때 상호작용이 있는 애들은 조금 더 선명하게 생겼어요. 보통 이런 게임들은 그래.
It's the only plant in the entire.
붓도 해봤어요.
Half the
I don't
roof.
무슨
know,
이미
it's the
증거를
sudden
가지고
absence
있어요.
of wall.
서랍도
Freya's
그
painting
미술용품으로
supplies.
떠요. 그림도 눌러봤죠?
The out. There's a single.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the case, so she was
Let's
probably.
check the case file again.
사건 파일.
The whole room.
Yeah,
is
there might be a reason.
너 진짜
Freya was
아는 거
painting your
없어?
portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was
아니
this
이 자식
something
아무
you
말도 안
had
해주는데
planned
어떻게
ahead of time?
알아?
Was there something special about yesterday?
말을 하라고
Did
말을.
she talk to
너가
Freya at all while she
너가
was
다 알고
painting?
있잖아. 어떻게 죽었는지 너가
She's
봤을
not
거
going to
아니야.
answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
아 천장 눌러도
The attic strike.
Yeah.
없어요. 이거 흉기 아니라
There
이거
it is. The
깃털
unsell
같아요.
looks
제
that way.
생각에는. 근데 이 부분이 피로 그려졌다. 눈도 눌렀어.
A bunch of old books covered in dust now, but they look.
The whole room has a strange.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
어디서 얻는지 찾는데 말을 해줘야 되냐고요? 아니 그럼
알트의 부사키가 당신이 고민과 고뇌를 순식간에 해결해드릴 겁니다.
안돼 강정 안돼. 아니 장소만 알려줘. 여기가 아니야? 플로라의 탑이 아니에요? 그 마지막 그거 얻는 방법의 시초가? 장소만 알려주세요. 사건 장소 여기잖아.
플로라의 탑이
아니 근데 여기 없잖아. 얻는 장소는? 근데 얻기 위해서 다른 걸 해야 되는 건가? 부서진 뭐 없어요.
That's the only door.
It's also-
sure is.
포피방에서 힌트 못 거든요.
The whole room is.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
뭘로? 포피가 피아노 치는 친구잖아.
사실 투수들도 모릅니다.
아 이거 검색해야 돼? 안돼 정원에서 증거는 나왔어. 증거는 나왔는데 퍼즐이 없어요. 아 정말이지. 지금 없는 증거물 뭐냐고요? 저는 모르죠? 나는 모르지?
설마 캔델스가
똑똑한
검색을? 에이
설백님의
설마.
모습을 보여주신다면서요.
아니 근데 마지막이 안 나오는데 어떡해요.
헛똑똑이라니 옛날 어른들 말씀 틀린 게 하나도 없다 이 말이야.
여기는 옥상이죠.
지식인에 물어봅시다.
정문. 아 지금 보는데 뭔가 이상해. 봐봐. 이거 했고, 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 이거 했고.
블로그 잠깐 봤는데 인물들에게 증거품 물어보는 게 있다고 하는데 한번 찾아보시는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
근데 그 증거를 찾아야 물어볼 수 있던데요? 아니, 네 이거잖아. 이걸 우리가 못 하고 있는 거잖아.
눈물이 증거입니다.
아씨. 그러니까 옥상 정원 문이 잠금이 해제됐잖아. 정원을 통해서 실험실 문을 잠금 해제할 수 있는데 진짜 대화를 해야 되나 진짜? 너 이거 뭐야?
Fits. One of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
오 이렇게 하는 거였어!
Are we done?
대박! 저 깨달았다니 화장실 가고 싶어졌어요. 잠깐만요. 아니 근데 생각해보니까 나 그러면 아니 증거를 못 찾은 게 아니라 그냥 게임 진행 방법을 몰라서 못 풀고 있었던 거잖아. 아니 어이없네. 아 어쩐지 뭔가 이상하더라고. 어이 이 종이 설명해.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
그치
We found
이상하지?
it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it,
Mm-hmm.
but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the pedals?
무슨 의미지?
It's really none of your business.
아니 우리에겐 중요해. 아니 중요하다니까 왜? 아니 이거 알고 있었어?
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
바람 피는 거 알고 있었어? 그럼 이것도 알고 있었어?
Did Fit show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
아니 아 맞아요 그래요 이런 얘기만 하고 아니 아니 자세한 얘기를 안 해줘 왜?
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
흥미로운 숫자들을
We
써놨을까?
don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous
익명의
letter.
편지?
Classic.
전형적인
clue.
단서다. 이거 다 대봐야 되는 건가?
Is that for sewing?
Maybe.
We have no idea.
다 해야 되는 거 같지는 않은데. 이거
There used to be
깃털에
all kinds of
아는 게
birds here
있어?
at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
좋은 질문인데 왜 얘기를 안 해줘? 왜 얘기를 안 해주냐고?
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of their names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha is the most
아,
patient.
그런 것까지 별로 알고
and
싶지
Tamara
않은데.
has the best sense of rhythm.
별로 알고 싶지
Glad
않아.
we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? It's just my hat.
이게
Doesn't have a
모자라고?
name. Who would name their hat?
저게 어떻게 모자야? 사건 파일을 보여줘 볼까?
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
새 도감이요? 새 도감이 어딨어? 아,
Somebody taking an interest in
멸종한 동물이라고?
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one.
죽었다는 거야,
The
이제?
very last.
새였어요는 뭐야?
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo.
딱정벌레에 대해서
Not a fan of
알고
insects
있니?
myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I. Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
추접하다고?
Noted.
프레이야가 키우는 것들이?
Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell
팔려고
them.
하는 줄 알았다.
But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look.
보는 걸 좋아한다.
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though.
근데 이걸 다 눌러버릴 순 없어. 이게 몇 갠데. 24개를 눌러볼 순 없잖아.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room.
페니의 방에서 찾은 꽃잎 말인데
Something suspicious.
뭔가 수상해.
Let's ask her about it.
그래. 이상하다 그랬잖아. 아니 얘가 팬이잖아.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh,
드디어.
That's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her" on a
이거
piece of
똑같은 말
paper and hid
반복인데?
it in your
뭐야?
room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
이건 장미
They're from red
꽃잎이죠.
roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
아니야. 이거.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden.
왜?
It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no
그럼 빨간 꽃잎
access?
왜 있는 거지?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
드디어 이 화면으로 왔군. 페니는 어떻게 그리고 왜 옥상 정원에 가려고 했을까? 포피와 피츠를 엿보려고 둘이 나 빼고 바람난 거 아니야? 하고 의심하기 위해 엿봤겠지. 하며 그들에게서 증거를 훔쳤다. 그게 꽃인가? 새를 통해?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them.
와우.
We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
약혼남이니까.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that.
정말?
Besides,
정말 의심 안
Tabitha
해?
hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
그럼 다른 새는?
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
옥상 정원에 있었다는 걸 증명할 4개의 깃털!
Let's take a closer look at these.
이 노란 깃털은 를 남긴 것은 펜의 노란색. 온실에 방문했을 때지. 아니, 응? 잠깐만. 펜이에게서 도망쳤을 때? 옥상 정원을 발견했을 때.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it.
봐봐.
Knowing the two of them are hidden away up
그래.
there in their private.
너가
little
약혼녀라면
garden.
참을 수 없었겠지.
I was spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me.
교감하는 거야, 새랑?
She'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
새한테 어떻게 그런 걸 시키지? 새가 굉장히 똑똑한 거 본데?
Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to
그
bring him
남자는
out
원래
of the
조용한 것
shell.
같아.
I don't know what he sees in her miserable little. I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
이걸로 밝혀줬어. 그래! 내 추측에 맞았다고! 이 세 명에서 무언가가 있다니까? 너가 문제야, 너가. 어? 약혼녀도 있으면서 지금 뭐하는 짓이야, 이게.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
끝이야? 정말 끝이야?
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny, inedible fruit?
You look at it.
그냥 쳐다만 본다고? 프레이야 그림 보여줬고 이 모종사슬
This is yours, Fitz?
모종삽은 어떻게 설명할 거지?
Yeah.
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
대답을 안 해.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
너 약혼남이잖아. 왜 안 가? 보통 이렇게 나갈 때 뭔가 뜨던데. 어떤 증거품을 들이밀어야 뜨는 거지? 너희
We
깃털에
found
대해서
these
알고
up in the
있어?
rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Penelope's 3 favorite birds.
Oh,
She's
알고
very
있군.
protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
이 일기장이 어디서 나온 거였지? 아, 이거 아니네. 피피한테 이따 가봐야겠네. 어이.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
설명해봐.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
아니 이상하잖아. 약한 녀가 있는데.
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
그래, 너 뭔가 알고 있지?
I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden.
새를 많이 봐요?
They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. That belongs to Flora, I think.
새 도감이 플로라 것 같다고? 이거 삐삐 방에서 나온 건데?
You get some weird insects around here. I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
그러면 다른 걸 쓰는 건 많이 봤다는 건가?
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
사실 이 친구는 얘기를 하긴 했어. 이 혐의 얘기를 했어. 악보.
Yeah, it's mine.
들려줄
Can
수
you play
있나요?
the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
끝이야?
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was.
너 거라고?
I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy. There's something I noticed. About Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at exactly
수직으로 들어갔다고?
perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
어떻게 평화롭다고 말할 수 있지?
Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right.
왜? 그의 약혼녀 이름 나오니까 기분이 나쁜 거야? 반응이 왜 그러지? 아, 이 피츠가 혐의가 안 나온단 말이지?
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be
왜 그런
kind
걸
of fun.
물어보지?
Like a twist, you
수상해.
know?
How odd. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
뭐지? 모른 척하는 건가? 너의 그녀잖아. 너 알고 있잖아.
Those are mine. The earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw,
이게
do
너
you?
거였어?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
아니 핑크색 이거를 보고는 퍼피 거가 아닌 것 같은데요? 퍼피가 아닌 것 같은데요? 모르겠는데요 누군지 해놓고는 이거 보고는 퍼피 거네요 하는 건 어떻게 하는 거지?
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
아, 이 친구 혐의가 뭘까? 어떤 아이템일까?
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they?
정말 웃긴 사람들 아닙니까? 헉, 바람 피는 걸 너도 알고 있었던 거야?
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
이 사람 알고 보니까 그 새 아줌마가 불러갖고 둘이서 바람 피는 거 잡아주세요 한 거 아님?
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then. Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No. What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
아 렌즈가 여기서
This
나왔나요?
belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the
온실?
greenhouse only 2 days ago.
이틀
What
전?
are you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
아니 근데 온실을 조사한 거 보면 바람 핀 거 잡으려고 조사한 거 아닌가? 아니 이래도 혐의
wooden
아이템이
trunk.
안
I want
나온다고?
one.
뭘까?
This is a potential murder weapon.
잠재석 살인 무기.
I don't know. I don't think the murderer
뾰족하긴
would leave the
하지.
murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. Some breed of amphibious
뿔피리 동상이
humanoid,
어디서 나왔었지?
potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
정원 옥상조각, 옥상조각. 빛의 방. 온실. 너 이거 본 적 있지? 온실.
People here
이런
are
거.
surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
내가 계속 헛발질 하는 것 같은데 기분 탓인가? 계속 뭔가 잘못 물어보고 있는 것 같은데?
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off.
찢은 게 아니라고?
It was only a third.
3분의 1로 찢었다고? 이거는?
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have
왜
no
모르는
idea.
척해? 왜 모르는 척하는 거야? 포피가 이때의 모습을 아는 걸 좋아하지 않는 건가?
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
이
A
얘기자.
book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
그걸 물어보는 게 아니잖아?
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
너 뭔가를 알고 있는구나. 다들 무언가를 쉬쉬하고 있어.
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
그니까 너희 아버지 왜 너 안 그리고 프레이야를 그렸을까?
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
여기 빨간색
Fifi,
있어.
did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
아 물감통.
A whole pot full of
아
blood?
물감통 자체가 피었어?
It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
그래 뭔가 이상하더라. 이거 자체가 피었네.
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
근데 그랬을 리는 없는 게 여기 물감통에 피가 괜히 들어갔을 리가 없잖아.
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she is accidentally making Flora look quite young.
너희 어머니야.
I think she was just being kind.
너희
Why is
어머니야.
that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
혐의 없는가? 이게 혐의가 안 된다고? 웬만한 거 다 물어본 것 같은데?
Name, Felix Fellow. Age,
인물도 물어볼 수
53.
있네요.
Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my
온실
father
혐의
and
안
legal
열렸어요.
guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
사이가
No.
별로 좋진 않군요.
Why not?
You asked me a binary question, Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
너 포피랑
Name, Poppy
사이
Pointer.
좋니?
Age, 19. Profession, Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas
오지 않은
yet to come.
크리스마스의 요정.
Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased.
어...
Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became, 1, increasingly independent, and 2, increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
잠깐만. 이런 식이면 증거로 모자라서 이 사이의 관계를 통해서도 혐의를 씌울 수 있는 건 혐의를 물어볼 수 있는 건가? 그러면 이 퍼피와 페니의 관계를 물어보면
Poppy and I are friends.
친구라고요?
That, dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
가르치고 있다?
Is something wrong?
가르치고 있다?
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good.
정말?
It's good.
정말 좋다고 생각해? 와, 이래도 안 열려? 독하, 독해. 너네 삼각관계 도대체 무슨 일이냐고. 뭔가 있을 거 아니야.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside.
프레야 방에
She'd
있던
say,
거잖아.
put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her,
저도 이해할 수
but
없군요.
she was always kind. I've seen
딱정벌레.
beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even.
금속
They're
껍질을
relatively
가진
common,
딱정벌레.
especially around here. There's a difference between that and
여기
actual
있다고?
gold.
이
It
집에?
can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
What's with the broken glass? Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
웬만한 건 다 물어봤는데 이 친구한테는.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something,
포피랑
but I can't
프레이야?
remember the details.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
피피 거라고
That's not where we
생각하네요.
found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
정말 본 적 없는 거 같죠? 탐정 아줌마 건데? 와, 이래도 혐의가 안 생겨. 너 이거 동상
What do you
알지?
make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower.
유일한
I've
하프.
actually seen a real one.
진짜는 본 적이
From
없다?
before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
피치랑 무슨 사이지?
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day,
뭐지?
tune
배경이
your
바뀌었어.
heart to nature's way.
아니 피치랑 무슨 사이냐니까 뭔 시를 읽고 아니 무슨 사이냐고요.
Feathers flashing in the
아니
light from a sunbeam.
그냥 사람에 대한 묘사를 다 싫어하네 이 사람은 진짜. 아 나.
But all at once you've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
진짜 감성 충만하네.
Hard of head, but free of mind. Unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond. Behind our walls, beneath our pond. A
우리의
soul
벽 너머
untied.
연못
It's
밑으로.
hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. I don't know what that is.
알고 있잖아.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
쓰레기통 뒤져도 된다는 건가? 아 쓰레기통 이거 아니지? 아닌데 지금 혐의 2명 나왔어요. 아 혐의가 안 떠. 펜이랑 포피만 나오고 나머지는 혐의가 안 떠요 지금.
There's something kinda... I just expected a
Oh,
bit...
does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've
다른
been to?
천문탑에 가본 적이 있긴 한가 보지?
I find that painting to be in
안 좋은
rather
취향의
bad
그림이다?
taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same.
이 변태 아저씨, 이 관음증 아저씨한테는 뭘 보여줘야 될까? 낙정벌레?
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid.
왜
I
모르는
think it must
척하죠?
be something left behind by a previous inhabitant
예전에
of
찾은
Tangle
사람이
Tower.
있었어?
I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
왜 말을 안 해?
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something
나왔다.
suspicious.
왔다.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
당신 관심 없죠?
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly
왜
mean by that?
플로라를 보고
I
있었지?
think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
그래서 갖지
Yes,
못하는
naturally.
다른
My
집
little
가문
portal
유부녀를
into
탐낸
another
건가?
world.
Yeah, about that.
그가 엿보고 있었던 것은 범죄 현장이며 아니지, 페니가 엿보고 있었던 게 범죄 현장? 새를 봤던 게 아닐까?
Penny was sneaking up on birds and not up at the sky. Nope.
만원경이 엿보고 있던 것은
Pointer's
범죄 현장?
telescope was sneaking up on the crime scene and not up at the sky. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
곤충?
Pointer's telescope was sneaking up on insects and not up at the sky. That's not right.
범죄 현장. 만원경의 문제인가?
Pointer's telescope was on top of the crime scene and not up at the sky. Almost. Maybe just change.
만원경이 실제로 보고 있었던 거. 맞잖아!
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime
아니
scene
맞잖아!
and not
내가
up at
잘못
the sky.
눌렀었어? 다른 걸로 했었나?
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
그럼
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
그래서 마음이 조급해진
Might
건가
not have been
당신?
Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious
엿보고가
specimen.
아니라
Incredibly rare. Valuable in
실제로.
ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
그래서
So,
플로라가
this
아니라
next question
프레야를
is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
솔직하게 말하시죠.
No, I didn't.
아니 지켜보고
When I looked
있었다며.
into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
그걸 어떻게 믿어?
Flora? You mean Freya?
Oh, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark, and the telescope isn't.
플로라가 누워 있었다고?
That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
플로라가 누워 있었다? 플로라가 누워 있었다. 뭐지? 이제 3명 남았네요. 알씨, 이거 뭐예요 이거?
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to.
아, 이게 처음 시작했던
master it,
조각인
as you
거군요.
can see.
빨간색 어떻게 칠하죠?
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Yes, Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based
진실에
on hard
기반했다고?
fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
말을 좀 얼버무리시네.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
이 좋아서 하는 거죠?
You found it. What,
왜 프레이야를 만들었죠? 딸내미를 안 만들고?
touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite.
플로라가 좋아하는 사람들을 둘러싸여 있다고? 플로라는 딸내미인 피피가 아니라 프레이야를 더 좋아했던 거야? 그러면 어머니의 사랑을 질투한 피피가 살인 사건의 유력 용의자로 올라온다.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Dearest Flora,
사랑하는
a
플로라?
remarkable woman.
아무 말도 안 하는데 어떻게 사랑할 수
Been
있지?
married over 20 years.
존재만으로 사랑하는 건가?
You two still get on?
Of course.
찔렸다, 찔렸다.
Quiet on you.
사이 안 좋다
It's true,
지금.
she has an
평생을 독립적인데
independent streak.
딸은 어떻게 나왔대?
Had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
너 딸내미.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
아시나요?
We
당신의
did.
딸은
She's
당신을
going
좋은
by
아버지라고
Fifi
하셨습니다.
these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
아, 이 친구가 본인을 피피라고 불러줘서 그게 마음에 들었다. 허허, 그러면 또
Uncommonly
범행
skilled as an
동기가
artist,
사라지는.
but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
이 그림을
That's one
아시나요?
of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
그녀를
Oh
아시나요?
dear,
Do you know who this is?
not a clue.
모르는 척 하는 건가?
It would have been a beautiful painting.
근데
Rather a
뭔가
shame Freya was
펠릭스는
unable
꺼덕지가
to
없어.
finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly
펠릭스, 당신의
strange,
혐의
aren't they?
어디서 찾아야
The
되는 거지?
emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
깃털의 힘을
You
알려주는
don't.
건가?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
칼로 정의할 수 없다.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
붓에 물감을
I think
묻힌
we'll
듯
give
쓰지
her a
않는다?
pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out
너
what.
부인이잖아.
Why not
부인인데
just
왜
ask
아무것도 몰라?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
혹시 이 게임 혐의가 없는 사람도 있는 게 아닐까? 아니 뭐 그 어떤 걸 물어봐도 정말 무해해 보이는 이 사람은 도대체.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
하프
Rather
동상.
ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way.
레밍턴가의 역사와
But
관련되어 있다고?
I can't recall.
너 가주 아니냐고. 너 딸내미
Why
일기장.
would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
There's something about Felix's
Oh!
painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
미술용품. 그래. 뭔가 있었어.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I
PPP.
used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
이거 다 너 거 아니지?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
that's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint.
단서가
Something to
필요해.
prove who it actually belongs to.
누구의 것인지 증명할 수 있는 것. 하지만 이 뚜껑, 이 프레이야의 것과 유사하지 않습니까?
Let's take a closer look at this.
색! 병의 색이 달라! 병이 바꿔치기 된 거였어! 프레이야의 빨간 물관통은 도난당했어!
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya supplies.
당신
not
왜
yours.
훔쳤지?
Swapping the
왜
lids
피를
doesn't hide what
넣어둔
you
거야?
did.
말해!
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? None of this is connected to your murder.
플로라를 그리기 위해 프레이야가 쓴 후이다. 펠릭스가 왜 프레이야 살인사건과 관련된 물감을 훔치려 했을까? 이 빨간 물감통을 가득 채운 곳은 피이다.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood after Freya used it to paint Flora. Almost. Maybe just change one.
피를 사용해 가득 채운 곳이 이 빨간 물감통이다.
Blood was used to fill up this red paint pot after Freya used it to paint Flora. Nope.
아, 후이다 전이다가 있네. 프레이야가 플로라를 그리는데 쓰기 전이다. 이 빨간 물감통을 가득 채운 것은 피다.
This red paint pot
됐다!
was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine.
왜 그랬지?
Here's the story.
순순히 말하시지.
I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure.
정중히 빌려달라고 했는데 왜 거짓말
I
쳤지?
asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know.
근데 왜
Perfectly
피가 있었지?
reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my
아,
own.
원래 빈 물감통을 내놨었다.
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how
어떻게
it got
피가 들어가
blood
있는
in
거지?
it. If that's what you're
누군가가
asking.
침입했다는
Why were you in
건가?
such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final
이건 조금
details.
Could you not
로맨틱할지도?
have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be
부인을-
red and white.
If you
부인을
managed to
위해
finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
아니 근데 왜 딸내미 안 그리고 딸내미 친구 그렸냐고. 자, 당신 물론 친구가 죽어서 굉장히 기분이 좋지 않겠지만
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something.
뭔가로
There was no
찔렸어요.
knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
which, as a mere abstract representation,
프레이야를
doesn't
잘 아는
count.
사람들은 모두 이걸
Nobody has
칼이라고
ever
하지
been
않나요?
stabbed by the concept of a knife. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
쓸모없다니.
Oh yes, it has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far
멀리 있는 거
away.
볼 때만. 멀리 있는 거에 쓰는 건데 왜 가까운 걸 보는 데 썼지? 그 탐정은?
Curious.
이거 뿔피리 동상 어디서 발견한 거였지? 음악실. 이거
Why
알아?
did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
포피가 그랬다.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing.
쓸모없는
Perhaps
물건이다.
it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
이 테이프
This
알고
belongs
있니?
to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left
새 도감
underwater
여기서
for an
나왔어요.
extended period of time.
Right.
이거 물어볼까?
But why?
I do not know why.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
뭔가 수상해.
Let's ask her about it.
아니 그녀가 말해 주겠냐고.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
말해 주겠냐고. 이 칼? 아니지.
It's not a knife.
끄덕끄덕 하는 거야?
We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
깃털이지 않을까?
That kinda makes sense.
아 이거 아니야?
That's not it.
이거? 여기 칼처럼 생긴 거
Let's
있잖아.
take a closer look at this.
그려진 칼이 실제로는 깃털이었던 거지. 으로 얼룩새의
The
곳이다.
painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink-dip bird is red and white too?
있지. 얘가 조각했잖아.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
왜 깃털을 손에 들고 있을까? 얼룩새는 플로라를 공격했다. 그래서 범죄 증거물로서
The ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather as evidence of a crime. Almost. Maybe just
이건가 파괴한 건가?
the ink-dipped bird
아니네.
attacked Flora, so she destroyed a single feather as evidence of a crime. Nope.
아, 양옆이 바뀌었네요. 이거지? 이거 아니야? 애완동물이다. 얼룩새는 플로라의 애완동물이다. 그래서 깃털을 보관했는데 본인이 좋아하는 얼룩새여서 기억하기 위해서.
Was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
새가 죽었다?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring
그
at the
얼룩새가
window.
돌아오길
By
기다리는
the way,
건가?
she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally, this is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
평소에 깃털을 이 속이 빈 아래 보관을
But we
하겠지.
opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty.
왜지? 어디 갔지 이 깃털?
Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner. of the
가리키고
room.
있어?
It's just a pile of books. They're not.
책 더미를?
Wait. There's something tucked inside this one.
얻었다! 마지막 증거물! 드디어! 이거였어! 당신을 위한 거예요. 사랑합니다, 프레이야? 플로라가 프레이야한테 준 건가?
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
호호. 아, 사랑하는 프레이야가 하는 말이 아니라 준 사람이어서 그런 거구나.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
아니, 말이 되는 소리를 해. 물감통의 피가 무언가를 덧칠하는데 사용됐다. 바로 칠한 얼룩새 깃털. 이것은 증거를 숨기기
Blood from the
위해서.
paint pot was used to paint over the painted ink dip feather to hide the evidence. Nope.
피 묻은 칼을 연상시킨다? 이것으로 프레이야를 찔렀을
Blood
수도
from the
있다.
paint pot was used to paint over the painted ink dip feather so it could stab Freya. That's not right.
그러면 프레이야는 본인의 죽음을 직감하고 있었다는 거야?
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip
어떻게
of
증거를
the
남겨?
painted ink dip
즉사한 거
feather
아니었어?
so it could stab Freya. Almost. Maybe just change.
하나. 물감통의 피는 그림에 사용됐다. 끝이 빨간 얼룩새 깃털에. 증거를
Blood from the
숨기기
paint
위해서.
pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to hide the evidence. Almost.
마지막 거가 문제네. 마법의 존재를 증명하기 위해서이다.
Blood from the paint pot.
피
was
묻은
used
칼
to
연상이
paint
이게
the red
맞았어?
tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
본인이 죽을
Somebody
걸.
deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her.
정면에서 찔린 거야?
But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line
맞고
with the
뒤로
painting.
쓰러진 거 아니야?
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
쓰러진 것과 찔린 것이 관련이 없다. 쓰러진 것과 찔린 것이 관련이 없다. 피피, 퍼피, 페니. 이게 제 생각에는 피피한테 물어서 이 플로라의 혐의를 들은 거 보면은 꼭 그 당사자한테 제의를 해야, 그 당사자한테 물건을 들이밀어야 혐의가 열리는 게 아닌가 봐요. 그죠? 이거 아는 거 있어?
What's that bird? But these must have been drawn at least a year ago.
1년 전에 그린 거라고?
How sad. Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
저급하다고? 당신의 약혼자가 키운 꽃 아니야?
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
I don't know what that is. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so
예쁜남을 좋아하네요.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on.
아름다운
in that beautiful head
머릿속이라.
of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does.
포피는
She's a snake.
뱀이고 거짓말쟁이다?
Looks like one.
뱀처럼 생겼다?
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
퍼피가 먼저 이 여자를 싫어하는 거야? 그거 알아?
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is?
페니님 포니를 굉장히 싫어하네요.
Absolutely no idea. Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
오로지 그녀를 위해서?
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Lovely. Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Excellent.
하나, 둘, 셋. 세 명의 혐의가 밝혀지지 않았단 말이죠. 이대로라면 진짜 다 물어보겠는데.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
X를 눌러야 무언가 혐의가 생겼는지 안 생겼는지 알 수 있어요. 이 핀츠, 저 정원사의 혐의를 들으려면 이 페니, 포피 아니면 핀츠에게 뭔가 있어야 될 것 같은데. 피피, 포피, 피피, 포피, 포피. 이제 두 명만 뜨네?
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes.
누구죠?
I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
그건 너의 썸남이기 때문 아니야? 이게 혐의가 아니라고?
How sweet.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
Found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them.
무슨 사이야
I thought they
너네?
looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway.
복도에서?
I can't remember exactly.
복도에서? 저 귀마개를?
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
인내심이
Do you know
없어졌다.
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
둘이 살짝 사이가 비교덕
There's something
하는구만.
about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
그래, 뭔가
Let's ask her
이상하다니까?
about it.
뭔가 심상치 않았어.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
자세히
Why is
말해봐.
it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary is favored in
이럴 땐 또
particular by girls
감성적이네.
between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and this particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
너 이거 일기장 아니지?
It's not a diary at all.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
너 못 써놨어
This
거기다가.
particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
너
It's Fifi's diary
일기
and she
썼지?
has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
마지막이었어?
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
그러면 프레이야
How could you
거야?
arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary.
너
Something to
프레이야
prove who the
좋아해서
original owner was.
과한 집착으로 프레이야의 일기장을 훔치고 그녀를 죽여버린 거 아니야 너? 저 일기장 여기에 있는 사진에 있는 책과 같군.
Let's take a closer look at this.
이 파란 책과 조금 비슷한 것은 이 비밀 일기장. 이것은 프레이야 거라는 걸
This
증명하지.
blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya. Almost. Maybe just...
똑같은 것은
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room. And
왜
you kept it
프레이야의
locked,
일기장을
too.
숨겨뒀지?
Why would I do either of these things?
왜냐면 프레이야가 그 누구에게도 알리고 싶지 않았던 것은 개인적인 비밀로 프레이야의 일기 속에 있었기 때문에 너는 그 비밀도 알고 싶었던 거지.
Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. Almost. Maybe just change one.
Fifi.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way.
너의
By
비밀을
concealing
프레이가
Freya's
알고 있는 게
written
불편해서
accounts, it
프레이야를
is simply my
죽여버린 거야?
intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let
그녀의
us read the
결백?
diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
뭐야 무슨 내용이야? 그게 다시 보인다. 이번엔 실제로 나인가? 내가 그렇게 만든 건가? 그 그림을 찢어버려야 할 것 같다. 영혼 전달자는 성공이다. 장한 녀석. 이제 내게 2개가 있다. 2이 더 필요해. 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 그들을 모두 봤다. 5 모두. 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다. 하지만 모든 것에도 불구하고 나는 아직 지켜야 할 약속이 있다. 나는 최선을 다할 것이다. 그녀에게는 동반자가 있어도 좋을 것이다. 뭐지? 정신병 있었나?
Freya was definitely up to something.
뭔가를 찾고 있었어.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
소원으로 가자. 이거 없지 않았어요?
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
뭐지?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
제 새로운 친구입니다. 음악을 좋아하죠. 단순한 선율은 그의 영혼을 감동시킬 겁니다. 둘에게 행운을 빕니다. 프레이야. 둘에게 우리? 유리판 밑에 어두운 잉크층이 있습니다.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
정말
Good
프레이야가
idea.
쓴 거야?
Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
프레이야 안 죽었어?
oh, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
끝나지 않은 사건.
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
아직도 못 푼다고?
Let's come back later.
그래? 허허. 정문에서 무슨 멜로디가 들리지 않았어? 초인종은 이런 모양.
It's one of those big.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
이거 연주해달라고 하자.
Yeah, it's mine.
선율을 들려줄 수
Can you
있나요?
play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
근데 뜨는 게 없나? 그래, 안 들 리가 없지. 이거였고, 음악을 들려줘야 되는 것 같아. 또 어디에 음악이 있었을까? 축음기?
It's piano music.
아니, 이게 아닌가? 얘는 아닌가 보네.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
나왔다. 이거였구나. 콧노래. 됐다. 마지막 하나. 음악이 있는 곳. 새소리? 새소리 뭔가 아닐 것. 아! 이거 소리 나지 않았나?
What?
Wind chimes silent.
아, 소리가 안 나는구나. 새소리밖에 없나? 피츠와 이야기해야 한다고? 호수 가장자리? 아, 하프 문양.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
새 맞는 것 같은데?
Let's come back later.
아니야, 거기 아니야. 미안해, 잘못 눌렀어. 내 에임 미스야. 돌아와. 새가 두 군데라 가지고.
They're bird cages. But the birds are.
Is that a
Oh,
myth?
it totally is.
And
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
새 소리를 어디서 들을 수 있을까?
They're bird cages. But the birds
that
are.
a
Oh,
myth?
it totally is.
왼쪽 아래에도 새가 있었어요? 왼쪽 아래? 여기? 정원? 여긴가? 헉, 이거였네.
that's all for
So,
now. Should
what-
we go back to the...
오케이, 찾았다.
Let's try this.
간다. 명탐정 설백.
You know, I think we might be able to solve...
That was incorrect.
이게 아니라고? 뭐 같은 그림 맞추기야? 뭐야?
That's got...
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
오! 비밀의 문이 열렸어!
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah,
아니!
but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
모든 용의자 혐의를 조사해야 되는군요. 남은 게 피츠지 않나? 아, 피츠랑 학슈. 피피랑 피츠. 피피부터 가보자. 너 혹시 이거에 대해 아는 거 없니?
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
Next.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning
하프에
yet?
대해서는 알고 싶다.
We're working on it.
We are.
너 이 테이프 알고 있지?
Is she laughing?
웃고 마네.
That blade.
그날?
It's a troll for gardening.
It is.
와, 뭔 얘기해주는 줄 알았네.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup.
독특한
It makes
화학
them
옷을 입고
completely
있군요.
pointless, unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
상황에 따라.
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
아, 당신의 이빨이 얼마나 튼튼한지에 따라서. 이 그림에 대해
I
아는 게
believe
있니?
Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it
커뮤니케이트
was?
하려고 했다.
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
진짜 거의 다 눌러봤는데 얘. 너희 집에 대해 어떻게
What is your
생각해?
opinion of Tangle Tower?
내가 먼저
Oh, it's
물어봤는데.
impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
that's quite an inheritance.
야,
They can't make you do anything, Fifi.
너 돈 많구나, 피피.
If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
프레이야가 피피한테 항상 그렇게 얘기해줬던 게 아닐까? 이것도 아니야?
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya.
아, 이거 뽀삐가
Or
준
maybe
거였어?
it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the
하지만
last 2
이틀 사이로
days.
한 일은 것뿐이죠.
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother. Like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
질투한다. 이것도 아니야? 꽃?
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
사람을 해봐야 되나? 너 피치는 어떻게 생각해?
Fitzfellow, age 24, profession cryptobotanist.
비밀
Likes
식물학자였어?
soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Crypto.
그니까 비밀
I
식물학자였어?
thought it was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot, and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower.
아니 포인터 탑에 갈 일 없다 그랬잖아.
So?
들키지 않기 위해 가진 노력을 기울였다고? 칼을 들고 있었다고? 이거
Something about the report of
뭔가
Fitz going
이상하다.
up Pointer Tower.
유령 용이잖아 이거.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
가자. 당신 왜 피가문 탑에 올라가고 있었지?
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife.
그럼 그 증언은
And I
뭐지?
don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
어떻게
How did you
피피의
know
말인지
that?
알고
A
있지?
guess. She doesn't like
왜
me
사이가 안
very much.
좋지?
But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
피피는 피치를 정말 봤지만 다른 걸 들고 있었던 게
Fifi
아닐까?
did see Fitz, but he was holding
그가
something else.
So,
플로라의 깃털을 훔친 거지.
What was it? That's not it.
아, 아니야?
That kinda makes sense.
피피가 칼이라고 착각한 것. 모종삽?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
허허. 모종삽은 무언가를 묻기 위해 사용되었다. 바로 깃털 한 대지. 정원에서.
An ornate trowel was used to bury a single feather in the garden. Nope.
옥상 정원이라고 안 써있네.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a single feather in the garden. That's not right.
피츠는 포인터 탑의 어딘가에 있는 식물을 돌봐주어야 하나? 모종삽은 돌보는 데 사용되었다. 바로 온실에서 화분의
An
열매를?
ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after
포인트 타워가
the
오른쪽이에요.
potted fruit in the greenhouse. That's not right either.
꽃?
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in the greenhouse. Almost. Maybe just
페니의 방.
an ornate trowel
페니 방에
is
있던
used by
꽃이니까.
Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
그건 좀 어려웠다.
That flower.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
진짜?
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something
아니
that proves its
아니
connection
요
to
두
Fitz.
가문 사람들을 이렇게 다 이렇게 처음부터 거짓말을 해? 결국 맞다고 할 거면서.
We need a clue that's got some.
직접 비교할 수 있는 것. 열매? 흙이 똑같잖아.
Let's take a closer look at these.
화분과 흙. 플로라의 방이며 화분과 흙이 있던 곳은 정원이며 이 화분은 페니의 방에 있었던 거고 이거는 온실에 있던 거니까 똑같잖아요.
The pot and soil
그죠?
in Penny's room matches the pot and soil.
이게 서순이
found
영어
in
순이라서
Fitz's
좀
greenhouse.
헷갈려.
Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift
너가
from
줬으면서
you,
왜 너가 안
Fitz.
줬다 그래?
There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way whatsoever.
흑색이 특이하잖아.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
야, 페니처럼 생긴 꽃이라는 건
Long
뭐야?
time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
색들이
That's
정확하기를
so good.
원했다.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking
아,
after
본인은
plants.
계속
So I go
굉장히
into her room every now and
신경
again.
써서
When she's not
힘들게
there,
키운 식물을
water the
선물해 줬는데
change the
5개월
soil,
동안
페니가 관심이
감사해요.
없으니까
trying to keep it alive.
이제 신경을 써준 거구나. 강하이님이랑 설백이랑 5개월째 punkpunk 구독 감사히 고맙습니다. 감사합니다. 어이 피츠, 너에게서 너에게 굉장히 많은 걸 물어봤긴 한데 너 이 사람이랑
She
무슨 사이야?
questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure?
어?
Maybe she did it
온실을
when
살펴봤다
you broke in
그랬잖아.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
뭐야, CCTV 달았어?
there. There's something about
뭔가
Hawkshaw
의견이 맞지
has
않아.
something.
Let's ask her about it.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of
아니,
disclosing
당신은
that
용의자라니까.
information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry. We already worked out what
알고
you're
보니
searching for.
탐정인 건 구라고 암살자 아님? 학쇼는 뭘 찾기 위해 고용되었을까? 온실을 몰래 뒤졌으니까. 열매?
That's not right.
벌레? 어?
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
아저씨가
So,
이거
that's
벌레
what you're
딱정벌레
looking for
이거
in the greenhouse?
교본 찾으려고 널
This beetle?
고용했구나.
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The
야,
greenhouse is
그
home to
아저씨
a great
굉장히
many
집착이 심하구만.
insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
아, 멀리서
What do you
봤다
reckon,
이거지.
Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
이건 얘가 이걸 쓸 줄 모르는
Hawkshaw
거야.
doesn't know how to use it.
You sure about
왜냐,
that?
먼
Not
거를.
entirely. I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
근데 아까 그 피피가 이 현미경은 현미경이 아니라 멀리 있는 걸 보는 거야 라고 했는데 이 탐정은 가까이 있는 걸 봤다고 그랬잖아. 현미경이 아니야, 만원경이지.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
학쇼의 현미경에는 무슨 문제가 있을까? 이 휴대용 현미경은 PP에 따르면 망원은 렌즈로 되어 있어. 따라서 학쇼가 거짓말을 한 거지.
Handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe
너 왜
Fifi
구라쳐?
when it comes to
내가
stuff like this.
이과가
Why
허술로
did you
보여?
lie about owning a
나
telescope?
이과야. 나 이과야 나온 여자야.
When you were a child, what did you aspire?
아니 갑자기 왜 당신이 어렸을 때 무엇이 되고 싶었습니까? 이게 왜 나?
I wanted to be
아니 셀리가 왜 은하계 황제?
I harbored a desire to understand
아니
the
너
secrets of the
탐정이잖아.
wider universe.
우주에 욕심이
A fool's
있었다고?
errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence
아니,
to the
갑자기
world around me. And
옛날
so,
꿈이
I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but
그러니까 그래서
we're
아니
way off
갑자기 왜
track.
뚱딴지
What's
같은
the deal
소리야?
with the little telescope?
왜 거짓말
A
쳤냐고 너.
memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary
아하,
alignment.
그에게 뭔가
I
증명하고
had
싶었던 건가?
hoped he might sign my telescope.
아니 그
An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
아니 근데 본인이 갖고 다니는 조그마한 만원경 발견해주길 바란 거야?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search
그거
the
너무
greenhouse to such a
과한
degree.
바램 아니에요?
Professor Pointer doesn't
혼자만의?
consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is
설마.
your murder victim.
프레이야?
Are we done?
하긴 프레이야가 곤충들을 수집했으니까.
For now.
그래서 죽여버린
It's
건가?
about time we found out what's been...
정원 밑에 무언가 있었구나.
Where do you think it'd go?
Down.
가자. 드디어 열렸다. 지하. 아니 실험실?
What's in there?
아니 이건
9 beetles.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of... It's mostly numbers. No idea. 9 beetles.
Poor little
There's a bunch... It's mostly numbers.
딱정벌레? 여기 납치된 거 아니야?
It's a little
That's
dying.
weird.
What?
It looks really compared to the beetles behind the glass.
왜 평범하지?
9 beetles.
Poor little guy.
There's a bunch... It's mostly numbers.
얘랑 얘네들이랑 다 다르다는 거잖아요.
A cracked glass... Each one has one or two.
I like that you called them rooms. Forensic.
That's an incredibly...
곤충. 곤충이 엄청 많은 거 보니까 그 천문학 변태 아저씨 관음증 있는 아저씨 거 같은데?
Big one.
Looks like they're made of metal.
금속.
It looks like the liquid is ice cold.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
어?
Weird looking
I'm
thing.
pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
걸쇠가 올바르게 자리 잡을 때까지 대각선으로 위로 가? 엥? 오? 오? 이런 식으로. 길을 터주는 것 같은데? 뭐지? 이 묘하게 길이가 안 맞는 듯한 이 느낌? 거의 다 왔는데! 거의 다 왔는데! 잠깐만. 띠리리리리 띠리리리리. 아니야, 얘는 건드는 거 아니야. 얘랑 안 닿는데? 얘 멈추고, 얘 멈추고, 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 멈추고. 야, 왜 너희들끼리 놀아? 왜 너네들끼리 놀아? 내가 푸는데. 아니, 어이없네.
야식 추천 받습니다.
그렇게 오래 안 걸려요. 금방 해요, 금방. 아니야, 이거 건드리는 거 아니야. 이거 여기에 맞춰야 돼. 그렇다면? 이거 아니면 이거네?
설백님 저녁을 먹었는데 또 배가 고파요. 야식 시켜도 다 먹을 때까지 방종 안 하실 거죠?
아니, 그 전에 방종하죠.
비도 오고 하니 라면을 시켜볼까나. 설백님 열심히 하세요. 전 라면을 찾겠습니다.
That's the one.
오!
Hey, not bad.
거꾸로 가야 했어.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
파란 연구물. 우리 고유의 동식물은 아직 알려지지 않은 수많은 화학물질의 부산물이다. 이 화학물질은 물속에 끊임없이 존재하며 구름을 형성하고 호수를 채운다. 이것은 식물과 동물의 다양한 돌연 변이를 일으킨다. 거미, 곤충, 연체동물, 양서류 및 갑각류와 같은 작은 생물이 가장 큰 영향을 받는다. 그리고 새와 파충류에게 돌연 변이를 일으킬 수 있다. 포유류는 예외.
Whose research is this?
누구 거지?
This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a
PP?
section missing.
이거 아닐까? 딱 들어맞죠?
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
그니까
I guess not a lot of people
그
know
사람
about the
곤충
secret
변태잖아.
entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's
근데
trying to do
그럼
exactly?
금고에 숨겨놨었는데 금고에 있는 마지막 장을 어떻게 훔쳐간 거지? 그는 포인터는 번식시키려 했어. 그거는 바로 황금 딱정벌레였고 그게 지하 실험실.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
돈이
I think
되니까?
so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite.
아니 그런
Might explain why he was so
재산
worried
문제가
about
있었단
maybe
말이야?
Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
그러면 포인터가 이 퍼피한테 더 많은 재산을 물려주고 싶어서 이 금 딱정벌레를 키우려 했고 그거를 프레이야가 알고 있었고 프레이야를 포인터가 견제를 했고
Ready to go down again?
또 있어! 지하실이 이건 뭐야?
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
금속 막대. 누군가 이것으로 사진을 찔렀다. 막대의 끝은 마치 화살이나 시계바늘처럼 뾰족하고 구부러졌다. 뒤쪽에 짧은 길이의 밧줄이 빨간 밧줄에 연결된 작은 고리가 달려있다. 금속은 완벽하게 깨끗하고 광택이 난다. 이거 그 도르래에 달렸던 거 이거 아니야?
So what's the photo?
프레이야잖아. 프레이야가 이 얼룩새랑 친했고 이건 프레이야의 아버지인 것 같은데 누군가가 이 프레이야 아버지를 죽여버린 건가? 아닌가? 잠깐만 이거 프레이야 아버지가 아닌 잠깐 아버지가 아닌가? 아니 넷플릭스랑 다르게 생겼는데?
Do you know who it is in the photo?
프레이야 아버지지. 원한을 갖고 있었던 건가? 프레이야 아버지를 싫어해서 그의 딸인 프레이야까지 죽어버린 거지.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
사진 속 남자를 묘사한 것. 이거? 머리가 뭔가 다르지 않아?
That's not right.
아니네.
That's not right.
사진 속 남자를 묘사한 것. 아니면 아닌가?
That's not right.
사진 속 남자를 묘사한 것.
That's not right. That's not right. Felix made a little model of him for Flora?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
Remington.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do
아,
change.
플로라였어, 얘가?
I don't think she looks so different.
죽은 애가 아니라 플로라였네. 사진 속 여자애가.
A single book on a little makeshift.
This is creepy.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
어린이용 책 같아. 얼룩색, 빨갛고 하얀 깃털에 우아한 새. 약간 희귀종을 담아둔 거였죠? 아, 이게 두 번째 증거물들인 건가?
Old
How
books.
exciting.
Oh, they're also dead, empty.
There's a roll of
I'll see
let me
them.
guess.
펼쳐보자. 어? 이 지도를 왜 가지고 있지? 연구실!
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. No, we know.
How did we miss it?
여기에 뭔가 공간이 있었네. 우리가 지금 있는 곳이 여기잖아. 저기만 안 간 것 같은데?
This.
Agreed.
프레이야 방은 창고라고 적혀 있어. 그러네. 프레이야 방은 왜 창고라고 적혀 있지? 수위가 점점 올라갔군요.
It's an empty book.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time.
더 찾아볼 건 없나?
It's an old coat
Two
rack.
cloaks and a green hat draped on top for good night.
Basement's still...
Or at the bottom of the lake. It must be.
Right, but if that's the lake bed,
Like what?
white, smooth, no plants, no anything, that's not what a lake looks like.
아 그러네. 호수 바닥엔 아무것도
Where
없네.
are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom.
호수면 어두워야
not
하는데
Why is
불이
there a window
없음에도
here anyway?
이 방은
And why
밝아.
is it so much older than the rest of
왜지?
Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late. Let's head back up. I want to find that last.
연구실을 찾으러 갑시다. 바로 찾았네? 찾은 게 아니라
How long were we down there?
밤이 된 건가? 이 물을 통해서 가는 건가?
This must.
How are we supposed to?
Hang on. It's pitch, but I think there's a switch.
눌러봐 스위치. 사다리가
A ladder.
Wanna go up?
있었네요. 숨겨진 심장부.
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
다리 없는 용?
It's a wooden pin hung up on one.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from
뭔가
it.
없어진 것 같은데. 이거 탐정 아니야?
Who are all the people?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
미스티드 저택의 대표자들. 근데 그 비밀 일기장에 그들을 모두 봤다. 5 모두 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다 라고 써있었잖아요. 그럼 프레이야가 이 방에 와봤다는 거 아니야? 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 그게 여긴 거고, 하프랑 비교하면, 그러니까 이미 지하를 가봤던 거죠. 지하를 가봤었고 이 5명을 발견해서 결국 이 중앙부로 와가지고 저 5명의 눈을 까맣게 그은 게 프레이야였던 거지. 하지만 나는 지켜야 할 약속이 있다. 이 약속을 플로라랑 해가지고 뭔가 가문과 가문 간의 싸움이었던 건가?
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
만난 적 없어.
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at
옛날
first I thought the
스타일인가
guy on the
보네.
top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
어허. 필릭스도 있네.
Who are all?
Not sure. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
얘가 포피고, 얘가 필릭스고, 얘가 변태 아저씨고, 얘가 새 아줌마 아니야? 이 3명이서 그 가족인 거 아님? 아닌가? 잘 모르겠네.
Centipede? How many legs?
Too many.
Is that a?
It's got a translucent.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3?
그러네. 얜 집게발이 3개네?
Good.
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
무언가랑 닮았다고? 뭐랑 닮았지? 뭐지? 뭐랑 닮은 거지?
This crab really reminds.
That little wooden toy we found?
나무 장난감?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
나무 장난감이 있었어? 아, 이건가? 그러네, 똑같이 생겼네.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
also. I guess that's
I don't think we need to.
What do you
We
mean?
have all the information we need in our case file.
이거 아니야?
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere before.
아니 이거 아니야? 잠깐만.
This crab really.
That little-
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
아, 좀 더 위쪽으로 향해서 돌려야 되는 건가? 좀 더 아래쪽으로 위에는
Is
돌리고.
that a crab?
사실 이게 정답인 거 아닐까?
It's got a.
Also, crabs.
이건가?
I guess.
I don't think we
What do you
need. We
mean?
have all the information we need.
아니, 잠깐만. 좀 더 위를 향해서?
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere before.
이렇게인가?
Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crab?
children's book.
어린이
This crab
용책?
really
That
reminds.
little one.
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
아! 여기 있는 거였어!
Is that a crab?
It's got a.
Also, crab.
닫고 위로 올리고
Perfect.
오케이, 퍼펙트. 이걸로 죽인 거구나!
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
석궁으로 죽인 거였어! 이 잔인한 사람들. 근데 석궁을 써서 맞을 위치는 천장 아니면 천문대에 있는 아저씨 아닌가?
What is it?
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
이미
We
찾았잖아.
found them already.
여기에 붙어야 되는 거는 이 금속 막대인 거고, 여기에 붙어야 되는 거는 감개였던 거고, 여기에 붙어야 되는 거는 렌즈였던 거지. 그럼 범인은 이 장난감의 주인은?
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
이 정도면 거의 확실한 거 아니야?
Some kind of fish.
that's talking-
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
허허.
An axe and some kind of.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been.
I'm more worried about the third one.
세 번째 무기?
The one that isn't there.
걸려있다 없어진 것.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on.
그니까 아까 누가 채팅창에서 사배라 그러지 않음?
않음?
누가 사배라 그랬잖아.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
본인의 노트를 아무데나 두는 것. 5번째 대표자를 찾았다. 드디어. 그다지 기대는 하지 않았지만 역시 실망하고 말았다. 나머지와 다를 바가 없어. 내 미스티드 친구를 실험을 위해 음악실로 데려갔다. 성공적이었다. 어쩌면 너무도. 실험실조차 실망을 안겨줬다. 무엇 때문에 그 노력을 들인 거지? 그는 내가 생각한 것보다 훨씬 더 근시안이었다. 지하에 갔다. 대부분 사라진 상태였지만 내가 원하는 것은 얻었다. 그녀가 들어왔었다. 조심해서 아무것도 움직인 것은 없다. 하지만 난 알지. 내가 왔다. 허! 그녀가 들어왔었다가 프레이야가 들어왔다는 걸 알고 있었고? 누군가가 음악실로 데려갔다? 수상하군요.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
이 깃털은 그녀가 들고 있었던 깃털? 플로라가 들고 있었던 깃털이잖아. 검은 버튼이 몇 개 보인다?
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
그치, 아무도 들어오지
Whoever
못할
it
거라
was,
생각하는
they
거니까.
left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
근데 저 석궁 위에 달린 사배율이 탐정 거였고 저 그림에 그려져 있는 게 탐정이라면 이 탐정을 고용해서 누군가를 죽여야겠다고 생각한 게 아닐까?
That doesn't
We
seem...
need something that could attack.
메모판에 붙일 것. 타워?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top.
단체 사진?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. With
맨 위에
lines drawn on top
테이프가
of it.
붙어 있던 것. 그 위에 줄이 그어져 있던 것. 이거다. 그럼 이 그림이 굉장히 뭔가 밀접하게 관련이 있었다는 거잖아.
That doesn't
We
seem...
need something that could attack.
메모판에 붙일 만한 것. 그림? 역시 이곳은
Painting from Freya's room.
프레이야가 사용하던
And
곳이었던
those
거야?
sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting. But it may have been why somebody took a photo of it. to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for
다른
art.
사람이 그렸는데
Doesn't
프레이야가
exactly
가지고
narrow it
왔구나
down.
저 종이를.
Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
살인.
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
위에서 쐈겠지.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
위가 아니구나. 이미 누워 있는
Freya
상태였다면?
was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
의식이 없었던 거지.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
물감 냄새 때문에 얘도 의식이 없어서 뒤로 쓰러지고 플로라도 그래서 주저앉아 있었던 게 아닐까?
Paint fumes.
I'm not sure about that.
아닌가?
Me neither.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
플로라 때문에?
Flora.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
그럼 추궁기?
Something in the room caused Freya to fall
저
unconscious.
소리가 프레야를
The gramophone.
의식 불명으로 만든 거야?
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
재생되던 음악이
It was the music being
뭔가
played.
있었던 건가?
What?
Let's try that again.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
안에 무언가가 있었던
There was
거지.
something in the gramophone.
독가스가 있었던 건가?
Small.
그래서 플로라랑 프레야가 주저앉아 있었고 누워 있었던 거지. 안에 들어 있었던 건 테이프였잖아.
That's not it.
이건가?
That's not it.
증거물을 불태웠던 거지.
That's not it.
아. 열매?
That's not it.
아니고. 추궁기 안에 들어간 물감?
That's not it.
근데 동상이 들어가긴 너무 크지 않아?
That's not it.
추궁기 안에 들어가 있었던 것. 생각지도 우리가 못하는 것?
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
꽃?
That's not it.
아니야. 근데 우리도 진짜 잘 못 찍는다, 그지? 분명히 답은 이 중에 있는데 더럽게 못 맞추는 듯? 죽은 게 안에 알이 있을 리가?
That's not it.
조각상?
That's not it. That's not it.
물감 아니고 편지?
That's not it.
붓?
That's not it.
열매, 꽃 아니고 깃털?
That's not it.
그녀를 죽이는데 그녀의 의식을 잃게 만든 것.
That's not it.
죽은 게 아니야, 죽은 게. 의식을 잃게 만든 거. 이건
That's
아니고.
not it.
루트 동상일 수도
That's
없고.
not it.
진짜 사부를 막 깡깡 하고 숨겨둔 거
That's
아니야?
not it.
아니네.
That's not it.
진짜 하나하나 해봐야겠는데 이러면. 자, 탱글
That's
타워
not it.
아니죠? 사건 파일 일리가
That's
없죠?
not it.
손상된 테이프 아까 아니었죠? 뜯은 편지도 아니었죠? 물감도 아니었죠? 초상화일 수가
That's
있나?
not it.
부카 팔레트도 아니었고 속이 비날도 아니었고.
That's not it. That's not it.
축은기 아니었고 테이프 아니었고 조각상 아니었고 조각상 아니었고 사진일
That's
리가
not
없고. 아니 사진을
That's
어떻게
not
기절시켜? 그림을 어떻게
That's not
기절시켜?
it.
도감일 리도 없고 뭐 책으로 내려
That's
찍었어?
not it.
아니잖아. 악보?
That's not it.
아니야.
That's not
우리가
it.
전혀 상상도 하지 못하는
That's
그런
not That's
그런
not it.
범행 도구인 건가?
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise.
벌레
around the
소음으로
time,
기절한
but
거야?
neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think
뭔가
so. Not
초음파가
by
나온
itself.
건가?
But don't forget, it was being amplified by the click of the gramophone. I
아.
don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might
그
just be
벌레가 저기
the
안에서
height.
울어가지고 안에 있는
This is
사람들을
getting
기절시킨
kinda
거구나.
scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident.
미리
This is
실험해봤다?
someone's
그러면 범인은
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused
포피가
quite a bit of damage too.
프레이야랑 사이가 안 좋아서? 강력한 주파수의 영향을 받았던 것. 물감.
Those cracks didn't appear out of
그래서
nowhere.
깨진 거구나.
Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful
그러면
and had such a big range,
포피랑
how
포피
did the
아버지가
monster pull it off?
같이
Wouldn't
짠
they
건가?
have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the
그니까
gramophone than Flora
분명히
was.
범인도 영향을 받지 않았을까? 귀마개를 한 건가?
They protected themselves.
How?
동상에 귀마개 있었잖아. 근데 그 귀마개를 포피가 주워서 동상에 씌워놨다 그랬잖아. 본인이 쓰고 씌워놨던 거지.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
그래서 플로라가 못 봤구나. 본인도 같이 기절했으니까.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something.
그럼 포피가 탐정시킨 건가?
Let's go back to the crime scene.
범인은 황정민.
아씨, 야! 플로라의 탑. 흥미가 있다. 이것도 받고.
The answer is in the painting.
해답은
I'm
그림
sure
속에
of it.
있어. 누가 이 물감을 피로 채워놨을까? 아직 이제 그림은 이제 완성되다 만 거죠. 그리다가 죽었으니까.
The plant. It's in the
What?
book. Look.
책에 있어? 이 식물 굉장히 키우기 어렵다고 하지 않았어? 그 정원사가?
It's dark.
I can see the stars.
It's dark. It's dark. The answer is in the painting. I'm sure.
아, 화분이 밑그림은 있었네?
I can see the stars.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
야! 알아차려봐! 알아차려봐! 여기 화분이 있었잖아! 아저씨들, 여기 화분이 있었다고요!
I can see the stars.
아니, 별이 문제가 아니야!
I can see the stars.
어떻게 해야 이걸 말해줄 수 있지?
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
난 해답을 알고 있어! 물감 옆에 화분이 있다고? 이거? 이거 아니야. 이거는
The plant, it's in the book.
What?
Look. Freya, did you leave us a clue?
생겼다. 빠진 단서.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here.
여기 없는
The
무언가.
thing we
우리가
didn't
찾지
find.
못한 것.
We know she was holding it during the painting.
그림을 그려서 그녀가 들고
Flora's
있었던 것.
ink-dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
다른 곳에서
Found it somewhere
찾았잖아.
else.
여기서 있었잖아.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
왜지?
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
바로 끝내지 못한 그림에
In the
근거가 있는
unfinished
거야.
painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded
거기엔
just
화분이 하나 더
before
있었지.
the murder. If only she'd finished it. Then I could be totally sure.
여기 있잖아.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas. That's not it.
프레이야는 자기가 그릴 그림의 계획을 어떻게 보여줬을까?
That's not it.
계획?
That's not it.
그릴 그림의 계획. 이걸
That's not
미리
it.
그려서? 어떻게 보여줬을까? 뭘까?
That's not it.
본인이 그릴 그림의 계획을 어떻게 보여줬을까?
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
아, 찢어진 사진도 아니야?
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
악정벌레.
That's not it.
일기장에 미리.
That's not it.
아니네.
That's not right.
엔더님이랑 설백이랑 34개월째 뿡뿡 꼬구구 감사히 듣고 있습니다. 고마워요.
That's not it. That's not it.
아래부터 간다.
That's not it. 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 That's not it.
이거
That's not
아니었잖아.
it.
새 도감도 아닐 거고.
That's not it.
아니었고 그림도 아니었고 찢은 사진도 아니었고 그림을 찍은 사진
That's not it.
너 아니고 조각상도 아니고 테이프
That's not it.
아니고
That's
주광기도
not it.
아니고 타워?
That's not it.
파일?
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
이것도 아니었죠.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
어? 이거였어? 검은 물감을 그림 그리는데 쓰려고 했다. 그 그림은? 이 스케치에 창문에 앉아있던 무언가.
Black paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just...
이 노란 물감?
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something
사용하지 않은 색!
sitting in the window.
노란색!
Something in the window. Oh.
그건 딱정벌레가 미리 앉아 있어서 딱정벌레를 그리려 했었는데 딱정벌레가 날아가서 추운 게 들어간 거 아니?
That's not it.
아니네.
That's not it.
답은?
That's not it.
답은? 노란색이니까.
That's
속이
not it.
비날. 축은기?
That's not it.
렌즈가 있었나?
That's not it.
동상이 있었나?
That's not it.
깃털?
That's not it.
새가 있었나? 헉! 새가 있었구나. 응?
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there?
응?
Did it hear the whole conversation?
새를 정면에서 봐서 화분처럼 그려졌구나. 새 꼬리가 이렇게 풀처럼 돼가지고 새가 날라와서. 근데 방금 온 거잖아. 그럼 이거는 페니?
She did. But she's a very good listener.
넌 어디서 나왔어? 너 뭐야?
Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Hey, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain
두 명인 척한
formality
거였어?
demanding our attention?
그 손을 묶어? 안 묶는 거 아니야?
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you.
그녀의 손을 묶은 만큼 튼튼한 것.
Lovely. Now, tell me.
너가 그랬어?
What was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
우리는 진실을
I
추구합니다.
just need to know the truth.
Is that right?
아니 1인 2억은 상상치도
Why
못했네.
did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her
어쩐지
indiscriminately?
Freya fellow was an
어쩐지
inspiration to
수상했어
us all.
당신.
She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook.
요점?
Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
그녀는 수수께끼입니다.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very...
넌 용의자가 아니라는 거야?
She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization
당연한
you
자아
probably
실현이
take for
어렵다?
granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
그니까
I did.
너 갔다 들어왔잖아.
Many
약혼자 때문에
times
다시
I've walked
들어왔다고
away.
했잖아.
It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
그 5명?
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them.
그들에게
I have no
속한다?
place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
연구실?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot.
소각로가 있어서
For hours on
뜨거웠구나.
end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something.
아니 근데 누가 소각로를 집 가운데다가 설치해?
Eventually I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
미스티드?
Misted?
뭐죠?
What?
As I expected. After all, their connection to the Freya case is minimal, at least at the
표면상으로
surface.
연관성이 없다고?
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19,
굉장히
I
어렸을 때
found a single
발견을
object
했네.
that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
연구실에서 찾았던 건? 이 사진?
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past.
옛날 이름이
When I looked
미스티드였구나.
inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe
그래서 이
they'd
사람들을
share the
찾으려고
family
여행을
history that
떠났구나.
Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose. But they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
가차 없네.
Eventually, I returned
야.
to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking
삼촌이
up
갑자기
astronomy.
쇼를
A
했다.
fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of
그래서
Misted Mansion.
금을 막 생산하려고 그랬구나. 황금 딱정벌레.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure. something he'd been
금고에
keeping
보관했던
safe.
귀중한
I
부분?
suggested, innocently, that
그럼
perhaps
그
it was not
연구실은
lost. Perhaps it had been
삼촌
stolen.
거가 맞았네.
He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. He arrived the next day.
이
Hawkshaw
조카한테
prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
감원 이설로
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and
결국 저
everything?
여자를 죽게 만든 건가?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Ah, well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done if I'd found anything
하지만
worth
훔칠 만한
stealing.
가치가 없었다.
But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90%
금이었구나.
identical
결국
to
돈이
gold.
문제였던 거야.
But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake,
일부러 이상한
Before
물을
the
만들어서 딱정벌레들이
even
돌연변이가
a
되도록
lake.
한 건가?
Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took
근데
everything when you
프레이야가
left.
그걸 미리
And everything
알고
they didn't take was burned
딱정벌레들을
in the incinerator.
저
However,
물통에 금으로 만들려고
possessing
막 다 가져간
additional
건가?
insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much,
그래서 그게 탐나서
but I
죽여버린
have what
건가?
I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Freya Fellow의 유언. 유언이 있었어?
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
그니까 왜 프레이가 학슈를 그렸을까?
That, but it's not right.
이게 아니야?
That's not right.
복장을 디자인할 때 사용한 거? 탁청벌레?
That's not it.
아닌데.
That's not it.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy.
뭐였어?
I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from
악몽에
Freya's
나오는 것?
recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory.
그쵸.
Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the Beatles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her
사이가 안
significantly.
좋았군요.
But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona.
피오나를?
The real reason Freya was unable to
프레야가
leave
피오나를
Tangle
좋아해서?
Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now
누가 들으면 둘이
firmly
사귄
in the
줄
realm
알았어.
of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
페넬로프가 저 5명을 다 죽여버린 거였어?
To paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya.
플로라를
It
위한
was for
거였다고?
Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough.
플로라가 굉장히 불쌍한 사람인가
Couldn't get
보네.
Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract,
사건을 견딜
something
수 있다.
supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not live without it.
Wait, it's still here?
딱정벌레를 되찾으려고
It's still
돌아왔던
inside
거?
the gramophone.
아니, 그래서 우리를 기절시키려는 거야? 안 돼! 다 알려주고 기절시키고 도망치려고! 안 돼! 아니, 우리 배를 타고 가버림?
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
아니,
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
당연히.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious,
페니가 옆에
and Penny
웅크리고
was crouched
있었다고.
down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was
원래
the
이 둘을
murderer?
죽이려
Poppy
했는데
and Fifi suspected
피치가
her.
발견해버린 거야?
Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us because he liked Penny a lot.
바람 핀 게 아니었어?
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that
저
the bird can
모자잖아.
understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
아니 그걸
Poppy,
이 딱정벌레가
what are you
뭐라고?
going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not.
안 돌려줘
It
아빠한테?
doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it
맞지.
again.
자연의 것이지 딱정벌레니까.
I think that's what she would have wanted.
와, 아니 이러고 끝이야? 아니 결국 범인을 잡지 못한 거잖아. 범인이 누군지는 알지만 잡지는 못했다? 아니 그러니까 호수 물은 뭐야 그러면? 호수 물 뭐 관련된 거 없어? 아쉽네. 아, 이게 후작이 나오는 건가? 후편이 나오는 건가? 와, 근데 진짜 루트가 진짜 기가 막혔던 게 그 탐정이 서재에 있다가 나왔을 때 펜이랑 마주쳤다 그랬잖아요. 마주친 게 서로의 알리바이를 형성한 게 동일 인물이라서 가능한 거였네. 와, 빅픽처를 어디까지 그린 거야? 와, 이러고 끝이네요. 탱글타워 추리게임이었는데, 야, 이건 뭐야? 이런 식으로 어떻게 구성을 했는지 이게 나와 있네요. 단서. 재밌다. 재밌는데 엔딩이 조금 이런 오픈 이제 살인 사건인데 범인을 찾지 못한 이 엔딩. 이래서 후기가 이랬구나. 재밌었습니다. 근데 2 안 나오나 이거? 진짜? 엥 이게 끝? DLC 같은 걸로 보강할 계획이 아니라면 그러니까 DLC가 아쉽네요. 근데 퀄리티 되게 좋지 않아요? 좀 천재적이라는 생각이 들었어요. 좀 진짜 재밌었어요. 진짜 재밌었는데 튀어버린 엔딩은 조금 아쉽달까? 근데 과정이 진짜 재밌었어, 게임이. 맞아. 단어 배치가 영어 순으로 구성되어 있고, 그리고 막, 증거물품 들이미는 게 되는지를 몰랐어, 내가. 그것 때문에 좀 오래 걸렸던 것 같아. 저 이거 플레이 타임이요? 6시간 했네요, 6시간. 근데 사실 중간에 좀 헤맸던 거 빼면은 5시간? 한 4, 5시간이면 풀었을 것 같은데 내가 초반에 좀 헤맸었어가지고 그게 좀 아쉽네요. 재밌었다. 나 그게 되는지 몰랐어. 증거품 들이미는 게 되는지 몰라갖고 거기서 조금 오래 걸렸지. 이분도 나랑 비슷하게 했네. 6.5시간. 거기서 안 헤맸으면 한 5시간 정도 걸렸을 것 같네요. 안 헤맨 분들은 한 빠르면 이제 4, 5시간 정도 걸렸네. 호호호호호.
근데 주인공 단서 하나하나 눌러보는 거 옆에서 보면 혼자서 이건가? 아니야 이건가? 아니야 이러고 있는 건가요?
야, 이거에 대해서 어떻게 생각해? 이거는? 너 이거에 대해서 어떻게 생각해? 재밌었다. 오늘 탱글타워 재밌게 했습니다. DLC나 2편 후속이 나오면 더 좋을 것 같긴 하네요. 네. 거기 조금 아쉽다. 와, 근데 이 게임 몰입도가 진짜 미쳤어. 제가 보통 이렇게 게임 길어지면 지루해서 하기 싫어하거든요. 근데 게임이 재밌어가지고 몰입도가 굉장히 뛰어난 게임이라 이제 혐의 찾고 그 후에 술술술술 풀릴 때는 되게 재밌게 봤던 것 같아요. 이거 전작이 있어요? 탱글타워 이전 작이 있어? 재밌었다.